zone now.
Marley can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me into my zone.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know don't you know?
come on, it's the first page, but I shook the road up just like an earthquake. Still follow my dreams, even in the worst way. Still doing my thing, no break in my birthday. Take a long way home, had to lean on myself. Let's try to swallow me whole. Jump so high, it's not about a cushion in the max, but all about power through the struggle and the test. 30 air in my lung, I can't even breathe. Praying to the sky, even almost getting sick. I am who I am, even talking from the street. If you want some beef, they'll turn me to the beast. Before getting caught up, I need to get caught out. Stuck in the cage, trying to find my way to broke out. Got a whole lot of pull now, I just need a boat out. One day on my shelf, so my tickets will be sold out. Used to be the kid, now I'm here the top. Hustle pay the price, so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'm a runner, played out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. Ready for the ride, ready for the fight. I said I move too quick, don't last till the highlight. No time, I got no time. Road to the hilltop, always so rocky, so tight. Gamble with my life, hard to be on my own. Trying to stay in line, so I live it on my phone. You can find one of a kind person like me. Live it in the moment, had to set my mind free. Cause over fear, anytime's near. I'm to the tears, finally don't shed tears. Betting on me is the right risk, then no. Always pulling down the ramp before the rainbow. Used to be the kid, now I'm here the top. Hustle pay the price, so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'm a runner, played out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back and having regrets. Hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. Real one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Can't tell me nothing, don't know why. I'm around for the long ride. Look up, kiss the sky, waste no time. I'll be brightest of my life.
Used to be the kid, now I'm here the top. Hustle pay the price, so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'm a runner, played out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back and having regrets. Hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. Real one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
The faint buzz is a warning. It may be the last thing you hear. But I'm the last thing you'll see. was hit hard. Here, Liv. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over. Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. Is that a key on your jugular?
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
I don't really recognize there was a head just sitting there. That's unfortunate for him. Mark is going to be finding another for his team, and down to the 2 vs 4. We're going to get another 1 vs 4. No, not this time. Crit J says we've had enough of those. Over towards Piano. He will secure another one. He's looking for a little bit more. He's actually even out the numbers here. He may still be able to steal away around here. 38 seconds left. Mr. Punch is going to find a kill. For another head to be exposed. Crit J, great headshot despite such low HP.
Gone pretty much exactly as planned, although
Dini, they know where he is given his spray from just before. He peeks on out, does get the down onto the first. Strike will get the plant off. The cross held by Zist. He does get spotted out, some damage dealt, but he does get the down onto Strike. This could be big. Roldini's on for a 4K here. If he can find the last player, Zist, now the last alive in a 1 vs 1, and for Varian X, this could be a huge throw. If Zist doesn't connect, then he won't. Roldini's managed to win it.
that Reach is too good, because by the time they get on the site, the round's over, and ED has nothing to do in the rounds because Reach is going crazy. He's going crazy right now. He's got 3, he gets 4, he's on for the ace. He's just gone in through meeting, dropped the hatch, gotten 4 people. Now he knows exactly where this last member is. Is he gonna take another hit?
However, Direwolf's looking to walk into the site. Reach spots the leg of 1. He finds it. 2 kills for ED with the 417. I9 now the last alive, and a 1 vs 4 make it 3. Will have to pick it up and try and deny the plant here. It's already gone down though, and unfortunately, into the post, Jackie Wood goes down. Is confirmed. I9 for a triple.
Ooh.
He finds all 4. My God! Direwolf, what are you doing? Oh, Fury! Start this round to fill her off with an absolute.
Yeah, I mean, I would say this site is one of the most difficult to jump into. But Hoven is going to find something to start things off. Silence. Okay, I thought I was about to connect there. Hoban's going to find another one. This is back into a 2 versus 3.
Make that 1 versus 3, 1 versus 2. It's all up to Hoban. He needs to get this ace to the freezer angle. He turns defender for a little bit of a moment. Oh, picks off that freezer defender. Perfectly finishes him off. Quad kill. Just this man on the back stairs left. And he's gonna go and collect that diffuser. He's gonna try go for it. Picks it up. Successfully done. Gonna go over to the A-bomb site. Very smartly done. And now he's gonna go and plant in the corner. They're gonna do it again.
Making so much noise. He's done it, Hoban, with the ace clutch. What a play. You have to feel for Holdini there. That's so unfortunate. Doesn't wait for that pizza.
If I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't hold back, and having regrets, hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
A long competition has led right up until today, of course. Yesterday we had the semi-finals. Today we have our third, fourth place match and our grand final. And coming into it, I mean, it's a bit of an interesting day. Our APAC South major representatives vying for third.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy to see how things have panned out, and to see Direwolves actually take an L in here as well to go for a third place slot. That's surprising considering they've been pretty much flawless right up till now.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking to Cthulhu about it. Obviously, he casted that last night. It was close. Fury maybe getting a bit greedy with some of their kills, and that may be what cost them ultimately that matchup. But look, they're going to the major. They're happy with where they're at. Direwolves as well, going to the major. And I mean, Elevate just missing out on that opportunity. At least they can fight here alongside the Gaming Gladiators today for that grand final, or I mean in the grand final for that first place, the Ops League's Autumn Championship. But I mean, look, coming into it, both semi-finals went the full distance, full map 3. So coming into it, you got to wonder just how tight that competition is at the top of the table.
Yeah, I mean, we do expect these kind of things coming into the end of the season. Of course, we expect the best teams within the region and within this league to always be against each other. Seeing how the ladder has panned out is no surprise to me. These are the top 4 that we did expect and we were, you know, kind of all pitching for to begin with. But in the end, when you're at that level of competition, anything goes. Anyone can win, anyone can lose, and to see GG and Elevate at the top, going for that grand final today, I'm surprised it didn't happen sooner for these two teams. And like you said, Elevate just missing out on their opportunities to go to the major as well.
I mean, there's still, I think they still have an opportunity to go to, obviously, the Six Invitational. We get the XGI.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure on the exact math of it. It's a very close race coming into the end of the year. But I mean, looking at our matchups for tonight, the schedule on the cards is going to be a big one. Obviously, first up, we'll have that third, fourth place match to decide who obviously makes it to the podium finish and who goes home, you know, heads hung low. So it's going to be, honestly, I'm expecting another 6-map evening, if I had to be honest.
If it wasn't a 6-map evening, I'd be really disappointed. But to be honest, if we ever look back on any of these grand finals, the trend is whenever we make it all the way to the end, it usually ends up being disappointing and or a real quick sweep for that first place slot. I hope we go to 6 maps, but reality is we might maximum C5.
There you go. That's our schedule for the evening. Up first will be the bronze match, of course, looking to crown our third place team. And unfortunately, someone is going to have to walk away in fourth. It will either be the Direwolves or Fury going into the matchup, of course. But then we kick things off. The grand final of the Operations League Autumn Cup between Elevate and Gaming Gladiators. And it sets the stage for an amazing grand finals, honestly.
Yeah, it really does. I hope that Elevate take this one away. I'm a huge Gaming Gladiators fan. I'm a massive supporter of the org itself. And of course, we all know that, you know, I massively support Ape. But honestly, I think Elevate kind of need the win here. Fury and Dire Wolves going up for this matchup is going to be pretty interesting. I think they're going to go all guns blazing. And to see Harambe on that roster as well, that's pretty cool.
Harambe and Reaps obviously being given the night off, so we won't be seeing him. But their opponents, of course, like Ola Spacehead, Dark, BG Man, and I9 coming into things. Obviously, from what I understand, I9 was subbed out last night, so maybe a case of... I could be wrong, obviously. There are infinite situations where I'm wrong, and this may be one of them. But understandably, you know, coming into this tonight, not the ideal situation for Fury, not what they would have liked, but... hey, look, at least you can take third. Their opponents, ED, Pecan, Souffle, Jackie Wu, and the old gold, the standard Harambe Zalan. We might get the Harambe victory dance tonight.
You know what? It wouldn't be a win without the Harambe victory dance, but we need to see if it gets all the way there to begin with. If anything, I don't want to jinx it, to be honest, because, you know, Casa curses are alive, and they do still, you know, they still happen. But we'll see how that goes out. Of course, Harambe with that KD does show that he hasn't had much playtime. This is one of the few times we've ever seen him here in Operation League.
Yeah, obviously, with the new introduction of Reaps this season, it has been a rather welcome addition. We have Alvitos as well. Skyscraper to kick things off. Then to Villa, which is very interesting. I mean, you're going from fresh, new to old. I would argue probably a little bit stale, if I had to be honest with myself. And then we go to Oregon and the decider. So I think both teams sort of indicating how they're looking to play this one tonight.
I'm not surprised that Fury are opting to go with Skyscraper, considering, like you said, they are indicating how they want to play. Fury are known for being quite aggressive, and on a map like Skyscraper, where teams either don't feel comfortable or they just don't really want to be there, you can take that offensive and you can take a lot of real estate and ground quite easily if you play that properly. I'm surprised you're not going for a map like Theme Park to actually do that either, but considering that Oregon is our decider, that makes complete sense. Just because Oregon is a 50-50 map, and it actually gives both teams the best advantage to secure a win.
Yeah, I'm excited because obviously Skyscraper inherently is quite an aggressive map, allows for some very cheeky angles, I think would be the best way to describe it, of course. So I'm expecting, you know, I9 and BG Man to come out of the gate swinging. I reckon they're going to have a bit of fun tonight, playing in those tucked in positions with the shotguns, with the weirded one. I'm expecting maybe one or two of those very niche picks to come through.
Oh, well, we'll have to see how that goes on, but obviously you all know what the deal is. We are giving our 6 credits away every map. You guys know what the drill is.
Make sure you get your hashtag, call your shots in the Twitch chat, otherwise you will miss out. It's really not that big of an investment. You just got to type a little bit, nice and easy. I can do it right. Actually, I can't do it here because we're as casters, we can't get involved in the giveaway. But you guys can, so make sure you don't miss out, because the Ops League pins are pretty clean. They're pretty swank. I have one here sitting next to me. It's mine. You can't have it. Get your own. Get the chat. Get the giveaway. Win. Easy as that.
Yeah, I really wanted to put mine on, but at the same time, I was just like, you know what? I don't want to ruin this shirt just because I don't want to put a polo in it. I want to save it for when I can put it in my suit and make it really matter. Honestly, that would be the cream on top for me, the little cherry on top. But in saying that, everyone in chat's already done it. Before the broadcast even started, people are putting the hashtags in there. Of course, I hope you guys know you can do that on every other stream as well. Don't miss your chances on the other broadcasts to take your win.
Yeah, look. Yeah, you got to be in to win. Otherwise, you're sitting there looking like a fool in Twitch chat, and that's the last thing you want. Because from what I understand, Twitch chat, very mean. They will bully you. They won't hesitate. Oh, you didn't get your call your shots in chat. Well, you missed out. It's your own fault. Too bad. Boo-hoo. Move on. And we get our first glimpse of Dire Wolves this evening. Look at them. Still calm, collected. Harambe there, top right. He's going to be the man to keep an eye on. If it is a Dire Wolves victory, of course, the Harambe dance could be coming into effect depending on the outcome of the matchup. But their opponent's Fury off to the major. They're heading to Sweden. They're heading to DreamHack. But now it's about making sure that they have that podium finish here in the Operations League.
You gotta start off strong. Considering the ban is Thatcher, that's pretty standard these days. I mean, it's been for a while since since the beginning of time, maybe even.
No crazy start, which I mean, look, I wasn't expecting anything too wild to kick things off. Monty, again, I wouldn't say necessarily too crazy, especially not with the two teams that aren't playing. Of course, we've seen both these teams lean into it. They do love themselves a bit of Monty. Got to see that at the ROG Masters APAC LAN as well. So coming into this, totally understandable. Now the defense, I'm expecting a Valkyrie and a Kai. That was the other one because of how strong they are. I would be surprised if Valkyrie made it through.
Almost mandatory at this point to take Valkyrie out just because of the info and the power that she brings on a map like this. It's just very hard to defend against Kaid because there are a lot of hatches. Sure, and you know, Monty, that's all. Oh, a Wamai. So Valkyrie actually makes it through. That's pretty interesting. Wamai's a pretty strong operator in general because of all the, you know, all the throwable mitigation he brings around and how he really controls the battlefield. But Valkyrie, I would have pegged to be a bigger threat.
I would have imagined, but I mean, obviously there is either a game plan or whatever the case may be at this stage. Whatever it is, they're obviously confident enough that this is what they want to work with. But you look at Fury already. The Vigil in play, the Elevi, Maestro as we kick things off, and Karaoke and T. I'm expecting big things out of I9 today. He's got the Vigil already. He's going to be playing that deep lurk that you could achieve on Skyscraper, and he can be quite scary in those positions.
He can, especially with that silenced SMG. The guy is a weapon. Don't underestimate him for a second. He has been a major contributor, formerly known as an APU, of course. He has, he's had his time in the scene, and everyone knows what he's capable of. So, I'm sure. I mean, considering that they did target ban him with that Monty, they know exactly what he's going to do, what he's capable of, and what he's pegged to bring for this team.
Set up, all but done. They bring the Twitch in, maybe anticipating some play around the Valkyrie, but not to be. Obviously, just because it's up doesn't mean Fury are looking to lean on it, which is interesting.
Well, Twitch, you know, in a vacuum, in a very unlikely circumstance, Twitch might be able to completely disable I9 if she shoots the ERC off his back. That's going to be very unlikely. But if it happens, it'd be a miracle. It'd be the first time I've ever seen it on a broadcast. But Souffle is already down on the first floor lobby. And ED already making his way for a little bit of droning over by the veranda. Trying to get a little bit more information as Harambe and Souffle already make their way through VIP. This is a fast push.
Yeah, not wasting too much time. Obviously, they have a decent idea of what is in play already for Fury's defense. So they should be able to scout out Harambe. With that, Gemini is getting some good information towards Trump. Unfortunately, Souffle not able to play off of the angle. The scan comes out. Dark just tucks himself away from it. That could have been disastrous. ED pops a little smoke, but unfortunately catches a couple of shots in the shoulder for his trouble, so won't get away unscathed.
Souffle takes a hit there, goes down, and ED is bleeding out. They need to get over to him. One more goes down. I9 will be confirmed, and Harambe picks that up for himself. He might be able to pick up a second here as they keep peeking him, and yes, no, it's Bakan that secures that with the F2.
Yeah, we got to see a little bit of the F2 play on LAN at the APAC Masters not too long ago. But not quite the same. It doesn't quite hit in the same way at all when there's ping involved. But when you got a decent enough shot like Pecan, he's gonna make it work.
So we have 3 members still on site, keeping steady, not having to go or travel too many places. But Jackie's out of he's out of the wub. Sorry, the name eludes me. But essentially, he can't use his utility. His gadget's been spent. But they have a C4 left on that defense. Spacehead might be able to make this one happen.
That ED able to hold his life and play his utility, and that's big. Provides an opening for the team. They need to make plays off it. Jackie who pushes in. Spacehead drops to ED, who will get onto that plant early. Like Cole is trying to do what he can. Shots on, but not enough. And unfortunately, the round slips away despite a decent start.
Dairos really took the reins there, and they really initiated a lot of those engagements. Felt like Fury were a little bit passive there. Sure, they were the ones that picked this map. They are on defense first. But it is interesting that they brought the visual, but and very unfortunately, I9 got taken out immediately. So there was their soft roam, their deep roam, eliminated from the beginning. So maybe this time around, if Fury can retain I9, maybe even BG Man, they might be able to defend just a little bit longer, but they really need to pace this one out.
They do indeed. Well, as we get into it, they are not going to double down. They can, I would imagine, probably a smarter move in this situation, given just how well Direwolves are able to recoup the losses on that attack into Karaoke and T. But you look at it, we've got the Bandit in play, so I imagine this is going to be the Bandit trick attempt as well onto that the office wall.
Yeah, that's quite standard, especially when you're playing a site like this. That's your favorite spot for attacking. I9 playing very deep, as we'd expect him to over in the restaurant. Might be able to hide behind some of these dining tables, but you see a little bit of action, a little bit of a push already come in from Direwolves. Unaware of his position, but he's leaving his ERC-1 on. So maybe a couple of drones might have picked that up, but ED, he's got other priority. He's going to be pushing in to get that exothermic, those Selma charges off as soon as he possibly can.
Yeah. Last second reinforcement there. It's a bold call to be making this stage in the round, but confidence is key. He does indeed. Gets away with it, and Dial slowed momentarily. There's a couple of nitros in play. I would imagine, yeah, downstairs you got Dark and BG looking to try and deny it where possible.
Finance popped the ER on C. Just in the nick of time. Harambe doesn't spot anyone, but Souffle does.
Shots on. Dark out of the equation. One of the nitro cells and a great gun to boot. Bit of a loss, but one that Fury are not completely floundering from. They can easily recoup this situation. Scan comes out. Unfortunately for Fury right now, the drone game out of Direwolves has been impeccable.
Yeah, they're still retaining a lot of those drones as well. So unless Fury want to bring a Mozzie next time, it might be the better option, considering right now they are losing that drone game and they're getting droned out, called out. And unfortunately, they just don't have as much information. They're pretty much playing this blind.
Not an ideal situation by any stretch of the imagination.
Oh no.
BG Man scouted. And a 2-player deficit like that. I9, 2 attempts now to try and make this vigil work and nothing to show for it, unfortunately. It's a pretty bleak situation to find yourself, and BG Man has info. Playing by the numbers game, this could quickly spiral out of control if they're not careful. And already you can see the pressure mounting. Direwolves trying to close this round out. Spacehead goes down to the nade. and it's all coming apart here. Direwolves have such a great read onto this defense. They set themselves up for the push. BG Man can't find the opening. Spacehead still down. Like Colas couldn't go for the pickup, and he finds himself alone. Unfortunately, Pecan runs straight into him, but it's a 1 versus 4. Even in the best of circumstances, that was a low odds clutch, unfortunately, for Fury.
Hopefully we see a swap come in from the very sleepy I9. But Vigil himself, I feel, is sleeping just because he's not just really not pulling his weight at this point. Both times taken out without a trade. Switching on to a Legion is an interesting choice just because he's going to be able to play a little bit closer to site, not necessarily on it, but should be able to maybe control some peripheral zones, some peripheral rooms. And a Valkyrie, finally.
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
I do rate the Vigil on this map. Unfortunately, yeah, it was just a case of they couldn't make it work. And so, reading into that, understandably, we see the pivot to the Legion. And I think it's an understanding of how well Direwolves are droning so far and how much information they've been able to play off. Because unfortunately, just because the drone can't see you, doesn't mean the drone doesn't know you're there. That's how the ERC works.
Yeah, it really does come down to game sense and understanding how some of these sort of little bars and some of the effects sort of entail where he might be, especially if it comes to sound as well. Really depends how it plays out, but so far, twice in a row, just taken out, unfortunately, and just not given any sort of chance.
Once again, Direwolves straight back into it. They're not wasting any time. No downtime at all, it would seem. They've got places to be and things to be doing. They want to close the series out as quickly as possible too, I would imagine. So straight charging on towards victory. He can't on the nook, pops the window early. Getting nice and deep into the building right now. This could be quite scary for Fury if they're not anticipating this level of aggression. So they better get a move on. Otherwise, they're going to be outpaced in this situation and overrun. Which is, look, I'll be honest, quite a scary prospect.
Yeah, you're taking down some of these distractions, taking down some of these barricades as well. ED getting to work with some of those air jabs. Only has 1 left in his back pocket. In the meantime, Dark getting to work, and finally they're able to pick up the first blood off the round just in time. Maybe putting Fury in an advantage here.
So far, Direwolves have been put in this position before. I wouldn't say there was any distinct disadvantage, but it could be Fury that proved me wrong here in the situation. An opening is an opening, you make the most of it. Right now, it feels like, Fury have finally cottoned on to what's going on around them. Finally woken up a little bit and they are ready to resist here. Harambe, spots like Colas, catches him in the calf, I9 to go down. And in fact, it's a complete wipe of 3. Lycolis and BG Man versus the 3 remaining standing operators. Now 4 as ED gets picked up as well. And all of a sudden, what looked like doable territory has now turned into a bleak landscape ahead of them.
Couldn't have said better myself, but BG Man finds something in the midst of all this chaos. Jackie gets taken down, he gets traded back, and it's Lycolis all alone. 1 to 3 right now. It doesn't look very good for the Mute. Has 1 jammer, but that's not going to be able to help him too much. Takes that 1, drops the diffuser, and now maybe a 30-second clutch might be able to. He might be able to pull this one off.
Things out, so he has the info down to the 1 versus 1. Pecan. And the shotgun to do it. Lycolis, the hero that Fury needed. What a clutch, and it all came off of that push down the stairs with the diffuser. Without the diff control, that was never going to be a clutch.
Swap to the shotgun was the right call. Not only was he out of ammo, but at that range, the shotgun is a deadly tool. Lycolis obviously has had a lot of that experience, and he's enjoying the moment right now. But don't forget, it's not over just yet. They're still in a deficit. That was a pretty strong clutch, though, I will say.
Fury finally waking up, it seems. Maybe the coffee was still brewing. But whatever the case may be. They're here now, ready and rocking. One round on the board. They're going to go back to where they kicked the entire map off. See if they can make it work here on T and Karaoke. I mean, if Lycolis can pull off plays like that, surely Fury are on for a decent half.
Well, hopefully Fury are chugging their Red Bull right now because they're going to need it. It's a long night ahead of them. It's not just one map tonight, boys and girls. If you didn't know, it's the grand finals today. So Fury have potentially three, at least another map after this ahead of them. So a lot of work to be done. That's a nice spot for the drone.
Oh dear. As it stands, Basehead is just trying to set up for info. Direwolves looking to match the aggression here. They want to try and scout out early with some of these pre-fires, and those can be deadly, especially on some of these first floor windows if you're not careful crossing them.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of these free kills or some of these high traffic zones actually do usually equate to whoever wins the round, just because that's how you tip the scales quite easily. These are high traffic zones where players need to be rotating through, they need to be holding, and sometimes, you know, pre-fire really does make all the difference, and that's a huge thing in Siege.
It really is. As we go, Lycolis again stepped up big in the last round, looks to step up big here with another colossal kill for the team. Harambe out, that's your Diana off the board, so no Gemini replicator. That's quite wild.
Three members of Direwolves still waiting for the opportunity to push in from this east side. Western end of the building still in deep control, but wow, a quick turn of the corner. Pecan finds BG, man, and there goes your Maestro. That's the LMG off the board. That's a strong LMG. That Alda is a beast to be reckoned with, and honestly, to be able to remove that so quickly with a minute left on the clock, that's huge.
Not to mention the Evil Eye camera, which will no longer be available to use. Lycolis, though, he's not done. He's going to find himself yet another. Found three last round. Unfortunately, Spacehead can't quite say the same. He's having a rather rough time of it, all said and done. 3 versus 3. You look at Pecan's health. He's going to try his luck. Souffle walks in. Lycolis traded back immediately. The 2 versus 2. And Pecan tagged as he is. This is all looking good for Fury.
With a couple of enemies just around the corner, ED has to hold back as he gets flashed, unfortunately. Having to pull back now. It's expending their last frag grenade. Pecan doesn't connect with anything just yet. Has the sight just around the corner, but he needs a little bit more information and a little bit more clearance in order to make it through.
15 seconds left.
Not sure if it's a case that they just don't have the information they need right now. Swing it on. They knew that he was there. ED Colossal with Dark. Still finds a kill.
Oh,
He's
no.
actually still alive. And I9 comes in at the perfect time to support. Not at all the play you want to be making in that situation. That is bleak indeed.
That was whiff after whiff after whiff. It's really unfortunate. But you know what? If he landed his shots, it'd be a different story. This is the way it is, and you can see Fury already enjoy and kind of just laughing over how he survived. They had a defender survive that long, but yeah, they made it happen. They made it work.
Yeah, far more than he should have had any right to get away with there. Very impressive. Fury tie up the scoreline. It is no longer going to be some shutout. There is actually a chance that we see this one go. Yeah, a bit of a wake-up call being needed there by Fury to get this match underway.
Well, now that you're kicking things into gear, you should see a little bit more of a competitive match coming up from Fury. They start to wise up, I suppose. They get a little warm. But so far, Direwolves have been playing it quite hard and fast. They take their time when they need to, but they've had some pretty good rounds so far, right? And when they did win, they've had it by landslides. This time around, they're bringing 6 frag grenades. They're not holding back. We've seen them round after round now, 4 rounds in a row, just expending all the utility. And they're not holding back. They're really making sure they get those utility points down and maybe even trying to net any free kills or maybe even take out as much utility as possible with those frag grenades.
Entirely plausible in the situation.
Oh,
the frag grenade goes out, but there was no one on the trick trying to deny the exothermic, so that foyer wall will go down. And they've got the avenue into the site, or proximity to the site anyway. So good stuff so far to encroach into the building the way that they have.
I mean, you see what I mean, right? They're using these frag grenades to the absolute max. They're just making sure they spend it on clearing any tricks, clearing out any sites, ensuring these exothermics go off smoothly and taking out any utility. See ED already second guessing when he's going to put down this exothermic, but they will be able to get that one off clean. And Jackie, still with 3 Rotera drones, is going to find an opportunity to actually get some of his drones down.
So far, probably one of the more passive rounds we've had this half. All 10 players still in as we cross the halfway mark of the round. And that's where things could definitely get a bit dicey. I'm expecting some chaos. Look at it. BG Man hoping, praying someone is going to overstep their mark and get caught out on a rappel. Because that would have been prime time opportunity for him to do some real damage. Look at them. This is their playing Skyscraper as you should. Tucked into corners, playing these little off angles, trying to catch their opponents off guard.
Yeah, he heard that audio cue and had to pull back just without revealing his own position. But Fury pick up 2 frags in response to losing Dark. And they might be able to get this one here. Oh, no.
Somehow I9 gets the kill and control of the diffuser. Souffle trying to ramp up progression, wants to try and get this control back where, if possible, but give up your tall task. Pecan found after the martyrdom grenade at least comes through to, well, unfortunately, stem some bleeding, but not enough with BG Man swinging the way that he just did. Quick close to the round. They shut it out. What more can you say?
I'm not sure if you guys saw it, but when I9 won that trade, he actually dropped prone. So it's still meta. He's still doing it. And if anything, it actually really worked out in his favor, considering he was really caught out there. So probably did that all blind as well. If you consider that the flashbang went off and he was in the proximity of it.
Possibly. As we get into the final round of the half, Fury from 2-0 down, now to 3-2 up. Rather decent spree from them. So whether or not they can keep it going, we'll have to see. But all signs pointing to a decent comeback potential here for Fury.
10 seconds to insertion. Needles in position. 5 seconds to go.
Fury sitting 3-2, finally in the lead here on Skyscraper. We're seeing Souffle bring out the German operator here. I haven't seen this operator in a long time.
IQ.
It's been, yes.
I think it's to read into the Valkyrie, which makes a lot of sense. Plus, you can clear out that utility from below. The Legion being in play, I can understand it. I rate it. There is theory behind it. Unfortunately, Pecan, the first dead, limited use out of, unfortunately, the Nook in this round.
Yeah, it's not much being brought to the table there with the FMG, unfortunately. Now taken off the board along with Silent Step. Sorry, ED already going for some pre-fires, but Dark wins that one with the MX Storm. Nice clean headshot onto ED that takes out your Nomad as well. So in addition to the Silent Step being removed, we don't have air jabs anymore on that side. So these defenders are going to roam around like crazy now with almost nothing stopping them from getting rotation.
Yeah, it's a bit bleak. Not getting your air jabs down. So I would imagine that the possibilities of 4-2 half have grown exponentially right now. Harambe clearing in, hits the deck, just swings out to the hallway. Unfortunately, at the same time, Souffle goes down to Lycola's to shotgun Harambe. Taking big punishment, Jackie with a very, very poorly placed flashbang. Spacehead claims his third there. Harambe just talking around the door. Spacehead claims that one too. What a kill.
Unfortunately, not seeing the head just over the railing there. Yana gets taken down round 6. Going back to the defenders again, and Direwolves are now in a deficit, looking like Fury, for some reason, out of the depths of hell, are not only just going to the major, but they are also taking these games from Direwolves like nothing. And I mean, Fury versus Direwolves, they've lost before. I'm pretty sure. Wait, let me just double check.
Attackers need to locate.
They've lost twice to Direwolves. This will be their first time in Operation League to actually take a win.
It's not over just yet. It is not over until it's over.
Yeah, Direwolves, they could pull it off. You know, it is Direwolves after all. And up till now, they've always surprised us. They've always brought in the clutches when necessary. ED and Souffle and the rest of the crew as well can make it happen.
Well, good start. Showing that resilience. So we're going on the attack on Skyscraper. There's a lot of freedom on the attack on this map. You look at what's available. The Azami, which we haven't seen. Fury didn't utilize it whatsoever. But the Azami being available in play, you got to be a little concerned.
Surprised that Azami hasn't actually been banned out so far, considering she's the second most banned operator. I mean, the top 2 most banned operators on defense are actually in play right now. Azami is banned 55% of the time. It's crazy that she can actually play the same time as the Valkyrie gets to play. But on their first round of defense, Direwolves are not going to go for the Valkyrie at all.
Yeah, well, the call coming out, but Harambe just going to swing aggressively onto Lycola. It's lucky the job's done. Spacehead does come out on top in that trade, but Souffle as well being on the dirt means they can finish it off and take a player advantage. There we go. Finally finished. I9 cover by the Kiva barricade means that Shin Angle is a little bit too tough to deal with, so go ops into the drone instead.
Most likely the better choice here, just to get a little bit more information to understand how they're going to be able to play this one. They might be able to find an opening from below, just under the... oh no. Gas means Spacehead has to pull back just a little bit. Has 4 Candelas and 2 smokes, so there's a lot of sight he can deny. But at this point, they need to set up just a little bit better. We've seen them rotation come in from I9 as well, maybe to get those X-Kairos off in a better position. But with this here, the cameras being available to Fury now might make it a little bit better with Lycolas on the on comms the entire time, full time if anything.
Near missed opportunity there from Spacehead, spraying through the smoke. Could have found one, but not to be, unfortunately. And the logic bomb goes out. Drone will identify ED's position. This is the first spray. Catches the second. Oh no, he's just tucked in that corner is Spacehead. What's towards the shrine. No, sorry, not even Spacehead. I believe that's Dark, in fact. Tucking around the corner, ED, taking some punishment. Just spray on through. Looking for the angle. The fact that ED isn't contesting this with a shotgun. There he goes, finally. That could have been disastrous.
That shotgun is going to be absolutely crucial. He hasn't gone down with it just yet. Finds one pick, and BG Man trades back onto Jackie Wu, leaving BG Man and Spacehead all alone on that corner. Ed finds another despite being blind, and the Diffuser's now on the ground. BG Man has to push through with that, picks up one with the EBR, and it's going to be a duel between him and Pecan. Pecan is successful, and Guy will secure their first defense round.
Yeah, ring around the rosy game doesn't quite go the way that Fury would have liked, but again, it was still a close round. Fury can't be too disheartened by that. Possibilities still endless.
Yeah, absolutely. They did pretty well right up to that last point there. I think ED just got really lucky with that shotgun. Like, phenomenally lucky. He got 2 kills while blind with a shotgun on, like, what, 5 health? The odds were stacked against him, and for some reason, he just got away with that. It is what it is in the end, and Fury still have a lot of opportunities as long as they don't make the same mistakes as they did before. Not that they made a lot of mistakes. I think Direwolves just really got lucky on that round.
I think ED was influential. The fact that he was able to hold that angle as long as he did, much like Dark in the other half. But you take the victories where you can, and you just keep pushing forward.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Yeah, they're gonna need to. The game's not over just yet, like you said. You're only about halfway now, round 8 here in the grand final, and Souffle already getting a little bit of work done on the Dragon Room, trying to hold that down for the rest of the team as well. Might become a center point for Control, as it always has been, but this time over for Office instead.
Well, right now, there's only a round separating, so Direwolves should be pretty happy with where they are currently, especially given it is, remember, Fury's map pick. They've got room to breathe. They're not up against the wall just yet. So it's about keeping this momentum.
Yeah, Lycos finds an opening there, but surely that's bait. They're going to be able to play around that and deny the plant, or deny the exothermic, or whatever hard breach they decide to go for. But with a Hibana, it might actually be very easy to actually make work, unless he gets taken out before he gets a try. I'll take that back. He gets 2.
Their quick kills put a decent advantage in favour of Fury. I9 not done just yet. Spots it up. Okay,
why?
Not quite the ideal swing back, especially with the gun switch in progress. But they now know where this poor castle is. Jackie just absolutely minced. ED as well, caught out, taking some big damage just around the corner. Dark's there for a second. He can't. The last survivor as we cross halfway through the round. Absolute flicks onto the head of Spacehead, but unfortunately will die, going down as the 3rd to Dark. And there we go, the lead extended out once again.
Fury retained their spot in this lead. And in amidst all that chaos, Direwolves, fortunately, just crumbling despite I9 taking a very unfortunate shot to the head there. But his opening with 2 kills under his belt was very beneficial and actually did make it very easy for them to actually swoop in, despite, you know, having their only heart breacher taken down. They still made a lot. They still took a lot of real estate, opened very vital line of sight, and essentially managed to chop off the western half of that map in half. And you could see that. You could see by the way they played, the way they control those angles, and even the spots that I9 controlled himself. They were slicing that place all the way through. And there was little that Direwolves could do anything about it. They were essentially pinned down and cornered in any little nook and cranny they chose to hide in.
Yeah, a lot more setup that sort of favours that tucked in position right now, the side of Direwolves and defense. But you look at Flores and Twitch in play, clear out this utility. That's big. Fury understanding what Direwolves are trying to do, and as they jump on into it, I think Direwolves might have a harder time than they anticipate keeping a hold of this utility.
They got the Selma charges this time on the attack. A lot of claymores, 4 claymores being put that can be put down, and 2 remote drones. We barely ever get to see Twitch and the Flores played concurrently together.
Also, don't see a heck of a lot of the house side in the master bedroom and the bathroom.
Yeah, we don't. not very favorable, but if you can control the vertical play here as die rolls are attempting to, then it might work out to their benefit. But Harambe is playing it very risky considering he's now juggling between the Twitch drone and a lot of line of sight on his position.
Like Colas the first to fall, he's traded back almost immediately for 2, in fact. Dart just keeps going. Riding that momentum, space head for a third. Jackie Wu down, so big operators already off the board, and it's down to Edie and Souffle, your Valkyrie, and your Frost here to hold. Dark's been having a phenomenal game. BG Man takes a bit of damage, but immediately reprimands ED with a headshot. Souffle for 1. What more can he find? The ping's coming through. He's got information, but he is a known quantity, and the shield is not going to help the situation at all.
We now know why Fury wanted to play this map. It's the comfort that it brings them, and it's starting to show as they wake up. Moving into round 10, they are now on match point. This might be over right now.
Very well could indeed be. Fury. I mean, you look at it. The map started a 2-0 for Direwolves. It is now currently 6-3. The pivot quite severe after that Lycolis clutch up. It seems that, I mean, that's all it was needed. That was the breath that was taken to give them some respite, and all of a sudden the momentum shift is significant and severe.
They're going over to a more standard site now for this defense, so Direwolves trying to play this a little bit closer to meta, if you call this map meta at all. But playing here by Karaoke and T might just be what they need to make this one work. They're gonna have to control Drum, the long corridor attached to it, and of course maybe even some peripheral control over by Dragon. But BG Man bringing in the Osa this time, along with Lycolis and the Glaz. Hey, these are picks that I didn't expect to see, but I think Glaz makes complete sense on a map like Skyscraper.
Yes, I mean, in theory it does, especially if you are going for that Karaoke tea room attack. But how successful it will be is a different matter entirely. Very interesting setup so far. The fact that the Osa is in play as well. They are going to be looking to play off of that balcony just outside of tea room. They have an agenda. If they can stick to it, I imagine Direwolves will find themselves backed up against the walls quite severely.
Ooh, BG Man finding a clean headshot into Pecan. Takes down your Frost. Not the biggest loss in the world, but Pecan generally has been a major contributor to a lot of some of these frags. 10 sitting on his head right now. And without him on the table, Dad was going to have to put in a lot more work. The rest of them are sitting pretty even, though. Most of them sitting around 5-6 kills. Makes complete sense so far, but this Glaz holding an angle like Colas has an angle through 2 different rooms, perhaps even 3, depending on how you want to position him. But Spacehead's going to take that advantage, move up and secure this staircase. Maybe even get a little opening for like Colas to actually push through and maybe peek through Karaoke here.
Yeah, I think that's the smart hold. In fact, he's going to open some long angles. Give himself those lines of sight to work with. Understanding.
Look at this.
Very impressive. Yeah, BG Man has already gotten in deep. They've got the exothermic down going onto the Karaoke wall. They've just got so many avenues into the site itself. They've got the cross onto the shield itself. There is a lot that is going wrong here for the Direwolves. They might be tied up in the player count, but they lose Harambe. They swing in the Frost. Unfortunately, awaiting Lycolis there will be his downfall. I9 goes down, but BG Man going to stick the flying out. Jackie onto the flank. How known is he? Spacehead for one, BG Man for the other. They know that Souffle, the last player remaining, is coming up for that pinch as well. Doesn't matter, BG Man. What a shot. We'll take it back. My God, that's impressive.
You can see how Fury executed that. They actually opened up the window by the stairs to allow Spacehead to move in up the staircase, clear of any danger from that corridor, get that plant down as they open up the wall with the cross between the glass and the Osa controlling the corridor. It was a clean execution. Unfortunately, the frost mat, the welcome mat, did stop glass controlling that room from the inside. But I think Direwolves, they really took a little too long to react to that. They knew the plant was going down, but they still had a C4 on the bandit below, and they didn't use it at all. So there was a lot of opportunity for Direwolves to actually stop that one, but they chose to take that head on, paid the price.
Yeah, I mean, paid the price indeed. Make sure you're getting your hashtags in chat if you want to win something as well. But Fury go up 1-0 in the series. Very convincing start, only dropping a single round in that second half. That could have been much bleaker if they had not played it as carefully as they did.
But it's not over just yet. There's still another map left to go, and considering that was Fury's choice, now we're going to Direwolves' map of choice and their preference. Maybe this time around, Direwolves might be able to save their match and actually take that third place slot by prolonging this a little bit longer. We'll have to see. And saying that, you guys should be waiting. Grab these R6 credits as soon as possible.
Yeah, do not miss out on this wonderful opportunity. Otherwise, you're going to kick yourself. I know I would be if I missed out on the opportunity to get myself some R6 credits. Obviously, those R6 share skins in the game at the moment. Fury, you've got theirs. So if you want to be backing them as they head to that major in Sweden, get their skin, help them out. Make sure that you're supporting them with the player card as well, because I definitely know that they do appreciate it at the end of the day. So show the love, spread it around, make sure that they know you're backing them as they go international for the first. I mean, how crazy is that? For the first time ever, this Fury roster is going to a major international, but right now they've got a job to do. Man, they've got the third place match to win. One more, they do it. We head to Villa. When we come back after the break, we'll see if they can do it in two. Don't go anywhere. Be back soon.
The faint buzz is a warning. It may be the last thing you hear. But I'm the last thing you'll see. was hit hard. He'll live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over.
Where you go? Where you go?
Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't go back, and having regrets, hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
After a slightly slow start, Fury make a big comeback on their own map pick here in the third place. The bronze medal match for the Ops League Autumn Cup 2022. Lan, we're going into map 2 Villa. This time it is the Direwolves map pick. And you said before this matchup started, that is the first map this season that Fury have been able to take off Direwolves. Can they double down and take a whole series?
It's completely possible. Fury have been playing out of their minds over the last few games throughout their entire career, not just within this league, but as a whole. Now that we're going to Villa, it is a map. It is the most picked map in this league. It is the most picked map in this league. If they can just hold on a little bit longer, it's going to be a clean 2-0. But Direwolves know this map pretty well. They know it just as well as any other team does. Moreover than Skyscraper. Honestly, Skyscraper, I feel like it was a bit of a wild card pick for Fury, where they could just, they say like, you know what? Direwolves probably don't know how to play this map. Let's play this map. They went with it. They cleaned it out. This time around, I think it might actually go to Direwolves if they're not careful. But so far, Fury have been very confident no matter what they play.
Yeah, most definitely. And I mean, we got to see a good showcase of the aggression on Skyscraper out of Fury. Villa, I feel like can kind of play the same way almost, given that It is an incredibly well-known quantity. There's not that much that you can do anymore on this map to catch players unaware. So going into it, look, this is, again, like you said, the most played map in the comp. Should be even territory for the most part between the two of them and SEA as a whole. Honestly, there's a lot that could come out of this. I'm beginning to feel like maybe we may not get the Oregon that we were wondering if it was on the cards.
It'd be a real shame to see Direwolves take 2 losses in a row here in Operation League when the crunch time finally came down to it. But, I mean, they're going to the major anyway, so, like, whatever, right? So, in saying that, they can still win this. I definitely do think they can. They have had some very strong performances, and so far, Harambe, despite not being within the league as much as the rest of his team, has been pulling his weight, so he's not that rusty. He's had some opportunities to actually play. I believe he's played recently as well. So all signs point to yes. But this is a map where, you know, it's been played so much. Even Cthulhu and Infian were complaining about it yesterday in the first Playday broadcast. Just grueling over the thought of having to go to Villa. But, you know, this might be the end of it for Direwolves.
Entirely possible, of course. Direwolves, we missed out on the Harambe dance, unfortunately. Obviously, it only really comes about if a win takes place. A win did not. So they need to try and take this win so that they can make it happen for themselves, try and keep the momentum, the morale in favor of the green machine right now. But Fury, sitting happy, the chat's coming. Lycolis, really a massively influential power in that last match with that clutch. But we jump on into it, land Fury. Start off on the attack. Direwolves have the defense.
Direwolves have that first ban come through. And to know, oh, it's a Monty again. Okay. Man, they really don't want I9 to play him, do they?
Understandably so.
Yeah.
We have all bore witness to what the Monty can bring in Apex South and SEA. Nook as well. I mean, this one is a well and truly understandable pick on Villa.
Oh, yeah. We've seen what Nook can do on Villa, especially since it's a very deep map with 3 stories and essentially a basement level that no one traverses at all. Aruni be taken off makes complete sense. Her pick rate on Villa is actually very high. Don't ask me what the number is. All I can tell you is that if you see a Pro League match on Villa, you're going to see Aruni get picked. So taking her off the board just does
interesting
mean that
to me, though. The Aruni is prioritized. Oh, there we go. The other side of the coin. But that leaves in Kaid, Mira, and Valkyrie on Villa. Valkyrie, arguably one of the best maps for her.
I mean, Valkyrie is good on every map. I agree. This is one of the better maps for Valkyrie because she has a lot of nice external spots to actually plant those cameras, and it makes it really hard for any attackers because a lot of these sites are right next to these windows, and there's a lot of juicy run-out spots for Valkyrie to play around. But I think Mira is an okay operator to leave on the table. And I definitely think Azami was a major priority here. Aruni is, like, it makes sense to me. Like, I'm going to stick to my guns and say it does make sense. But it also isn't a massive priority. We've seen how a lot of teams can deal with her. But I suppose Fury just don't want to have to burn utility if they can.
10 seconds to go.
Yeah, look. It's a smart call.
5 seconds to insertion.
And I'm intrigued at just how prep
Attackers are heading out.
Fury are now going onto their opponent's map pick. Because they look tired. They looked a bit shaky to start things off, but they proved us that was very much not the case. And right now, I9 rocking the R4C Ash to start Villa off.
I mean, you love to see it. R4C Ash definitely has a strong presence. Just means that I9 is going to be able to play as I9 plays best. He's so far always been well known as one of the most aggressive players within the league. Has had his time in the limelight. So you Spacehead actually rotate out after taking a lot of damage on that sledge, and Pecan now sitting downstairs below, waiting for the right opportunity to rotate up and catch any member of Fury just not paying attention.
Getting some big info off of that Gemini. Trying to scout out these offsite players. Like Cole is just waiting. Wants to jump in that downstairs bathroom window. Hasn't committed just yet. Gets himself upstairs, yeah. Wants to get some control between the two, well, the primary and secondary site, which you do see a lot of teams extending into at the moment.
Look at Pecan. Other side of the map, in the corner, the northeast corner of the basement, waiting for the right time to rotate from above, from just by garage. Might have the opportunity here to actually flank a lot of these attackers here, like Colas and the rest of his team, blind from their backside here. Spacehead might be able to find some angle just by the corner of the site.
Souffle taking damage, Harambe having taken damage, Spacehead the first to fall in the round, and I9 missing a prime opportunity there. Unfortunately, we'll go down to Pecan down below on that first floor with a shotgun. Traded back by BG Man. The health bar is low. It means it's easy pickings at this stage. Harambe on the ground. Shots on BG Man. Knows that there's one towards the basement. Harambe finished off. But the health advantage somehow there still for Fury going into the final 30 seconds of this round. And the Logic Bomb coming out. Lycolis is tucked in by the bar. Looking for that plant. Is there a nitro below? Yes, there is. But Pecan absolutely rinsed as he goes to toss it out. It will be Direwolves now in the post-plant position. Unfortunately, Lycolis just gets the angle better. And Souffle, the last to clutch it up, undoubtedly going to go down here with the small sliver of health that he does have. That is unfortunate, and it will be Fury claiming the first round of this second map of the series.
It's not a lot he could have done there, unfortunately. If he had a C4 or any throwable utility, he might have been able to save that one. But with that amount of health, without any utility other than his carbine, it's not a lot the Jaeger is able to do to save that. But only the first round. Fury barely just won that. At one point, they were even the numbers.
It was possibilities. It wasn't a complete shutout. It was, yeah, like you said, very even up until the flick was switched, and all of a sudden Fury were gunning away. For the most part, no significant changes other than I think ED rocking the Valkyrie this time around, preparing themselves for a bit of extra earlier information. Pecan was huge in that round. It's a real shame that he couldn't quite get the nitro off, because that could have been the saving grace the team needed.
Yeah, for a team that's so heavy on their utility, it's unfortunate that he didn't get to make that one work for them. But hopefully we see a little bit more control over the northern side of the map this time. Just as I felt like the defense really gave that initial push in away. They could have come in for a bit more of an aggressive sweep. Pecan did make something work as he took down I9, but a lot of presence given away unconditionally to Fury as they swooped in from that top there. But I9 with a clean pre-fire onto Harambe does make it much easier for Fury as they take off those magnets. And now without the Wamai magnets, that's a lot of utility that fans don't get to die anymore.
Yeah, it's not the ideal operator to lose early. I mean, there's no real ideal operator per se that you can want to lose early, but look, it would have been less detrimental if it was a Jaeger or an Alibi. Unfortunately, the Wamai going down, you gotta take your lumps in these situations. Unfortunately, you're just gonna have to make do. if you are the Direwolves. They're already, again, Furious thriving in that aggression. They are keeping the steam train rolling.
Bomb located by attackers.
I9 still has both the breaching charges. Not sure what he's going to be doing with that. Pekan's going to turn his corner here. Takes down 2 with the SMG-11. Both headshots. Cleans out this initial push. And now also has control of the diffuser.
Yeah, Troy, big kills back. A
my.
triple. And a 4th in the round. Pekan having a wonderful defense here. And it's on to I9 in the 1 versus 4. An unlikely clutch, if we're being honest with ourselves. That is very unfortunate. But, I mean, look, I say it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate for the Fury. For the Direwolves, look, phenomenal. You take it. You absolutely take it.
It's going to be hard work for I9 to make this one work. He's just going to have to focus on padding that KD, finding an opportunity, and allowing the rest of the team to figure out what they're doing wrong or what Direwolves are doing really well. If anything, looking to get this nice, clean double kill over the deployable shield might make it a little bit more workable for I9, but he's still up against 3 members and 2 C4s.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Yeah, you need to be concerned. He's got the diffuser. He's going to try and shoot it first, but unfortunately, no one to be found. 18 seconds. He's going to look to try and force the issue, but no. Jackie from the vault through the drone hole. Unfortunately, catches him in the shins and closes the round out.
And that was just a pixel as well. So Jackie finding that was very lucky, to be honest. I9 barely getting caught out there, but getting caught out just enough for Direwolves to secure a very confident defense on round 2. So moving to round 3 now. If they can keep that one up, it's going to be very hard for I9 and the rest of the team on Fury to actually save this map here and not go to a 3rd map for this 3rd place match. They need to be able to make sure they don't get caught out, because when they were opening up that line of sight between statuary and landing and statuary and landing, it's like they held the angles and they knew exactly where where these enemies would come from, where Direwolves would peek from, but they still lost it out. Maybe Peeker's advantage, maybe they were distracted. I'm not sure what had happened on their side, but they had it and then they dropped it.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Did indeed.
Attackers objective
And,
is to locate
well, round
bomb.
3 underway. The Kaid in play on split. On the attack, we do see Flores come into play, which is an understandable counter at the moment to the Kaid and a lot of this defensive utility that will be in play. I don't see a huge amount of priority around the Malusi just yet, but it's still early days.
Yeah, we haven't seen much of Malusi at all. Maybe not much of a priority, but Pekan might be able to find one here as he sees the sledge, rotates off, takes a lot of damage, and unfortunately doesn't get anything out of that. No damage dealt to any member of Fury as they rotate through and secure that stock room there.
Slow once again. It's not going to be that helter-skelter push just yet. Just early testing the waters. Pekan, he's not done being a menace to this Fury roster, unfortunately. He's still looking to be aggressive. Unfortunately, it will be his downfall.
He had his orders. Buy time. Be a nuisance. And I think he did just that. Didn't get to trade much damage for it, though. But in the end, bought them about a minute and a half. So, not a bad performance considering what he's provided for the rest of the team. And I don't know if he actually got to use a C4 or not. That Nitro Cell was used. I don't believe so.
Yeah, I'm not overly surprised. He was playing that one fast and loose. And in those situations, it's a scale of, how much do you want to mess around and how much do you want to find out? Unfortunately, Pekan found out.
Ooh, nice clean grenade. Goes over and finds Souffle. Even though I'm assuming that frag was actually meant to take out some utility controlling that wall from being breached.
Utility's still going out. Harambe wants to try his luck swinging out from bricks. Do they have someone covering the door? They've lost Souffle, they've lost Pecan. Soul Nitro in hand. Might even look to get aggressive and swing the breach. Harambe spots the ankles. There's no idea it is one hard right. And I9 just escaping with his life there. Will claim that kill plus ED going down to the hands of Lycolis. This is going to be a real battle to close out the map, I feel. I wouldn't be surprised. Wow, what a shot. I9 goes down. VG Man goes down. Lycolis drops Jackie like a sack of potatoes. But I wouldn't even be surprised if our round count traded out for the rest of the map like this.
It's coming down to the wire for both teams. Fury find another win on attack, but Direwolves aren't giving up just yet. That round was closer than they wanted to be.
It was indeed. Down to Dining Kitchen though, so we keep the rotations a coming. Nothing too wild just yet. But we do see the Frost come into play, which I mean is understandable on this side at the moment. The meta as it stands, you set up the Frost bats, it's about controlling the vert, holding upstairs. That paired with the Mozzie Valkyrie combo, there is a lot of utility that Fury will need to be worried about if they want to get in and above and start pressuring.
A lot of emphasis on controlling peripheral sections around this map, around this site now. Vertical control is going to be absolutely key here. Jackie now looking like he's going to try to bring in some presence over by the bathrooms above, and that's going to be, I mean, that's quite standard considering that that provides a lot of vision onto site. And bringing the IQ as well, Spacehead definitely wants to be able to check up on any gadgets, any pesky pests that Pecan might want to be placing down to keep drones out. Maybe even some
Harambe.
black eye cameras.
That was ambitious. He wanted to get aggressive from the laundry door, but not to be. Yeah, he had to. Otherwise, he was playing a very, very foolish game. But look at it, Direwolves not hard committing to the site hold. They are playing a very fluid approach to buildup. And like Lycolis, EMP's going out. They should be able to get this laundry wall in just a tick. Well, I9 kicks it off. I9 has been decisive in these rounds so far today. Pushes deep into Dining. Looking to get control. Plant going down as Jackie Wu also falls. And you see, Direwolves were playing loose off the side. And unfortunately, they end up completely vacating it. 2 players left. Neither of even within watching distance. And the nade, I9, the martyrdom, second time tonight. And Pecan, he's up above.
Like I'm telling you, that vertical control is very important, but it won't be enough. Unfortunately, the site collapsed upon impact, and now Pecan surely got seen through that deployable shield. The Spacehead's the one to clean that out with a nice, solid headshot right from the bomb itself. Securing another win for this attack. Fury looking like they're going to take this attacking side 4-2 maybe, perhaps even 5-1 if this keeps up. But Direwolves aren't looking great on their own map side, on their map pick, sorry.
Yeah, this could be a 2-0 series to lock in third place. The acceleration is there. Fury still have 2 more rounds and a half though. So here in the first, oh, the cat can. I like this. Direwolves looking to adjust.
Well, you know what? Considering that Spacehead's bringing the IQ again, so far, before he maybe swaps that out, it's ambitious for Souffle to bring that around. Despite the fact that, you know what? It might be a good read and a good adjustment, as you say, considering the aggression and the speed coming in from Fury, as they're taking a lot of these sites quite aggressively. So maybe trying to catch them out, deal a little bit of extra damage, maybe even get a cheeky down.
Interesting. They opted into the Nomad over the IQ there too, so they might have a harder time spotting out these EDDs if they're not careful. Just a question, I would imagine, of how complacent they may have become.
Could be their downfall here over this next 2 rounds on attack if they're not careful. The Direwolves managed to take this 3-3 on the defense. They might be able to take this as a win on attack. However, Fury are pretty scary right now. So far, Direwolves have pretty strong defense, despite Pecan, one of the top fraggers, being eliminated so easily.
ED as well, having a rather quiet game, all said and done. Uncharacteristic of him as of late. So, it's going to be interesting to see. Obviously how things go at the major for them. Dark pushing deep. ED falls as well, like Cole is... And it's just an absolute flow. I9 was playing M590 Sledge there, by the way.
I mean, that's the thing, right? We've seen M590 Sledge a couple of times, actually, if you recall. And it works if you're playing vertical. It's very deadly if you're playing vertical. It just means that he is a soft breach monster, and he has a lot of versatility around.
I like to call buck on a budget.
That's exactly what it is, really.
I mean,
right?
even more so when he still had the SMG 11. Now he doesn't, and Sledge mains everywhere are sad, but we don't care about that. You move on, get a grip. It's 2022, my guy.
In saying that, by doing that, he's pretty much completely dedicating himself to being buck on a budget. The difference is he's got frag grenades.
I used to have frag grenades.
I mean, he used to. Keyword. In saying that, though, we're in a tactical timeout. It's better that they pulled this off rather than not. Too many times, Panda, we've seen teams just go by on just before the swap without calling a tactical timeout. And I think, surprisingly enough, a straight use tactical timeouts the best, despite their performance. Their timing for tactical timeouts are actually pretty solid. But the teams in the upper half of this bracket on our ladder, I'm talking Fury, Direwolves, Elevate, Gaming Gladiators, these guys are like notoriously bad at pulling out like tactical timeouts. They'll tunnel vision into getting these rounds done, and maybe use a tactical timeout when necessary. But most of the time, it comes a little too late.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see how they pace themselves. Yeah, like you said, tactical timeouts few and far between in APAC, at least in Southeast Asia. Something that has been noted, even in APAC South as well. Teams aren't always going to them every map, which baffles me a little, if I'm being honest. You got a free timeout each map. You got that opportunity to mentally reset, deny some momentum. Why you wouldn't take it is beyond me.
Oh. Fury starting this off with a bang. The AR-33 already doing a lot of work with that Flores. Still has 4 Rotera drones, so he hasn't put down much utility or even used any of his flash grenades just yet. But the rest of Fury are getting in quite aggressive as they try to take down this entire eastern side of the map as fast as possible. You see Dark already downstairs with the Yana taking territory over by Dining, taking it over by Statuary. Dining Room, yeah. Memorial soon. But frag grenades, maybe a couple frags from below, I believe.
99 is in, swings, loses the gunfight, but it's a trade. Actually, no, it was just an outright trade.
Yep.
Both ripped the headshot to close it. Souffle there to bring it back to a 3 versus 3. But you've lost your smoke early on into the round, and that is less than ideal. Even in a rough spot, even on a favourable side. And ED as well, and just not having the greatest of games. You look at the utility that's available for the attack, they're quite comfortable here.
Yeah, BG Man trying to find a little bit of use for that. Rotero drone takes down a deployable shield. That's already big. Spacehead finds a nice clean headshot to Harambe, leaving Jackie and Souffle all alone on his defense. But it's still winnable for the Direwolves team. They still have the advantage, and Jackie still has the element of surprise. I take that back. They know where he is.
Plant going down. Spacehead denied. Lycolis. Well, they just team up for two. A 5-1 half there. My God. That was monstrous. And Fury claimed the half 5-1 on the attack on Villa, being Direwolves' map pick.
I don't know what's happening. Are Direwolves just taking this easy? Are they not concerned? Are they trying to reserve themselves? Considering they have a major around the corner, you'd want to be putting... Saving strats is one thing, but like, you know, like... it's so hard to argue, you know? Because they could be saving strats, but they've already used a lot of their strats in, like, you know, Apex South. And so they don't have many other reasons to be playing like this. To a team they've never lost against, by the way.
But I mean, you got to remember Fury also going to the major as well. If the less rounds they play here on their favorite map pick, the better, I would imagine. So I can understand maybe why they aren't pulling their punches a little bit here on Villa. But I mean, in saying that, there's no reason to discount Fury. They're playing some great seeds. They have been the entirety of Stage 3. There is a reason that they are also going to the major.
Fury, 5-1, round 7. 2 rounds away from taking this 2-0 in a best-of-3 series for 3rd place against Direwolves, who have been pretty much flawless up to this point.
Logic bombs out and Jackie's on the hunt. Pops the wall from Piano down to that first floor corridor. Just a bit of testing, scouting, trying to make some noise and see what responds. ED on the Roteros trying to clear out some of that utility as well. Souffle, nice deep Selma charge there. Should open up that wall into Aviator right now. But the Vulcan packs as well are going to be a bit of a problem if they've set up for a decent hold, which I would imagine Fury have. They know how to play every map in the comp pool at the moment.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
That also helps.
Defender exposed.
That's definitely that definitely puts it in the right spot. I gets taken down quite confidently.
He also got diff confirmation, so I think he's quite happy with that.
That's true. It is on the ground. They do have to go and now retrieve it. Jack is gonna make a full rotation downstairs. That's not great, considering that it's all the way on the top floor. Khan's got it now.
A lot of utility still in play. Shots onto BG. Spacehead. That's your 2 nitros out of the equation. And that's very, very well read from Direwolves. But 1 toxic canister remaining. If they thread the needle on it, they could definitely still deny a plant. Dark falls, and it's now on Lycolis, who's clutched up the 1 versus 3 before. Does he get the toxic canister deep? Yes, he does. Unfortunately, too little, too late. And Pecan is just going to tick away the 2 versus 1 in the post plant. Lycolis breathes, reloads, and unfortunately gets himself murked by ED holding the angle. So, 5-2. First round of the second half goes the way of the Direwolves.
Still holding on to dear life here. The Wolfpack are still howling. And But ED still not exactly having the best time of his life, considering that he's, one of the stronger players on that roster as well. But the rest of them are picking up the slack. They are performing very well, and I think Harambe is doing a decent job so far. But taking that into consideration, Fury are, for lack of a better way to express this, on fire. Literally. 5-2, despite that last round. Now bringing in 2 C4s, 2 Nitrocells, and 2 impact grenades on Dark. Might use that to create some interesting rotation. Perhaps, maybe some emergency rotations for him. And a Valkyrie, which I can only assume is being used to its greatest effect. And that is a nasty place to put a Valkyrie camera.
Yeah, I mean, if you're pushing onto the site, you want to clear it, you're going to have to hit the 180 and hope that you don't get shot in the back as you're clearing it out. Because you can rest assured there is going to be someone posted up watching that angle. Someone on that camera as well, feeding the info through to the team. And I'm intrigued. They've got the Legion, the Melusi, and the Thorn here in play. And that is a lot of slowdown potential and a lot of threat if they do slow down.
Yeah, they know Direwolves are going to play it just how they've been playing it, going in hard, fast. They know their pace they want to attack these sites with, so they have to go for as much mitigation, as much slow as possible. I'm surprised they didn't go for anything else, but I think the Melusi will be just as efficient for now. But Dark already getting to work with that T5, getting a lot of damage down. Now even rotating out of there as soon as possible, drops on site. BG Man picks up a nice double.
Perfect little angle onto 2 there. Absolutely crumbles the Direwolves attack. You've lost 3 in quick succession. It's Souffle and ED to hold off. Facing down the barrel of what will likely be next. Map point in the next round. Bleak times. Direwolves are in a real trouble spot at the moment.
ED baited it out and unfortunately loses that trade. Icolas cleans that up with the shotgun. Not falling for his tricks just yet, despite going in for that bite. Souffle wins that one out. Might be able to make this one work. I doubt it. Gets cornered and Fury picked that up on the backside there.
Big shots on. Successful hold for Fury as they're on that map and series point currently. They win this, they take 3rd. They lose this, well, look, they've got a few rounds to play with. So they're not completely locked out just yet. Fury, look, the question being how quickly do they want to close this out? Do we see some of the old Fury shenanigans, or do they just look to lock it down here? I think they're looking to lock it down here.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Surely they go in for the close for a 2-0 finish here for 3rd place. Canada so far. Fury have been playing phenomenally, playing excellent Siege. And it's not that Direwolves are playing sloppy. They are making the right moves. They're making the right calls. And yeah, sure, we can say they're saving strats, but at the same time, I feel like Fury are just picking them apart at every single turn. And I think it's coming down to individual performances, because both of them have to, reserve strategies, make cockamamie decisions, just so they throw off any competition that might be looking towards them just before they head over to Sweden. But these individual performances, they speak for themselves.
I mean, the crazy thing is this would be the 2nd DreamHack that Fury have been at this year. They, not this team necessarily, but, one of their other teams was at DreamHack Melbourne. That's a pretty big achievement given, it is a reasonably recent rise to this level of success. So exciting times for Fury.
I mean, this follows some other teams also going to international events last year as well, right? So Fury
they've had some phenomenal rosters, and ED.
Yeah.
Down, Souffle dead. That's your hard breach, and Vigani's not going to fall for it. Solid attempt, not to be. The cover is there, back to the 4 vs 4. Unfortunately, Lycolis being the smoke is not ideal. But I have no doubt that Fury can work with this.
Yeah, they've been definitely dealing with the short end of the stick so far. Drones going off. See that the Thatcher coming into play quite well. Takes down a lot of utility right inside that bedroom, allowing the Reterra drone to do its work a little bit further up.
Bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Dismantling the mute jammers wherever possible.
Again, slow. They're not going to do anything crazy and force issues, but utility is there enough to slow down the direwolves, so we won't just have a free reign onto the site just yet. Space head as well. So the health deficit now is somehow back in favour of direwolves, if only minusculely. But it's about burning time, and they're doing that really well.
Oh, with the utility out, gets caught with his pants down. I9 taken out without being able to contribute much. 2 rounds in a row now. Leaving Dark all alone. In a 1v4, and it looks like Direwolves hang on just a little bit longer to drag this out before giving Fury their 6-2 victory.
Well, it's definitely not going to be a 6-2. They get the third round. I don't know if it was shenaniganry that led to that, but Direwolves adjusting and making the play that they needed to in the given situation. Either way, 6-3 the scoreline, 3 rounds to overtime. Possible, doable. Crazier things have happened in the world of Rainbow Six Siege.
We've seen crazier comebacks, and from lesser teams, if anything. This is completely winnable for a roster. For a roster like Direwolves. It's within their capabilities for sure.
And back into play. SAS Duo. Again, nothing too crazy out of the ordinary. I'm expecting some big things.
Yeah, well, we're looking at a pretty interesting roster for that defense again. They're bringing back that Capcan. Second time we're seeing him come around. So, I mean, this time on the side of Fury, of course. But I9's sticking to that Warden. He's very adamant on playing that Warden, and that's an operator that I barely see him on. So, interesting choice coming from him. This time, hopefully, we see Fury hang on just for a little bit longer. But it seems that Dark is consistently the last member standing alive.
Right now, Direwolves gauging how they want to enter in. Jackie Wu decides that the art studio is the place to be. Lot that is riding on this round, and if Direwolves want a shot in, they need to keep their cool. And once again, the run out from I9. Big damage on a Jackie Wu. This time won't claim the kill. But I mean, linear setup to knock that pin over later on in this round.
Jack is going to have to play a little bit more reserved and make sure he gets as much utility with those 2 frag grenades as much as possible. ED picking up one of the few kills he's got in this game until Icolis taking off their smoke. That's a massive pick considering there's still 2 minutes left on that clock.
And it is Aviator Games to boot. I mean, you're relying on that smoke to be able to deny the plant behind the vault door. You no longer have that option, which means it is now down to BG Man, the sole Nitro carrier. And that's a detrimental position to be in as well. Because you can get stuck. You missed that opportunity. Space head found. And Fury, it's all coming apart. ED does fall to the ground. Down, but not out. Currently, Harambe's on an absolute tear. And it's just Dark and BG Man. Make that BG Man, who will get the trade back onto Harambe. But on a 1 versus 3 now. Back against the wall. Utility and information still there for the side of Direwolves. BG Man taking some significant damage. Backs off for the reload. Crosses the door. Nade goes out. Shots are on. He can't. Oh, what a shot into Pecan, but steps straight into the spray of Souffle. Yuri making some interesting decisions here in the late round on Villa.
Not sure if they're allowing this one to slip or if they are themselves are the ones slipping, but Direwolves pick up some very confident rounds there. I9, 3 rounds in a row now, counting these slip-ups, but he gets caught out 3 times in a row. This time, wide peeking an angle, rotating without a care in the world, unfortunately reacting a little too late, despite being the one to take the corner, not having Peeker's advantage. So,
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
I mean, that gave Harambe a very nice kill streak, but that came to an end quite quickly. In saying that, Direwolves are still match point. If they win this round here on defense, they take this entire map away. They take the series away. They're not far off, but somehow Direwolves, in the most Direwolves fashion, are hanging on to dear life. This entire season, Panda, they've had 5 overtime wins. 5 overtime wins. That's more overtime wins than anyone else in this entire season. Most of the other teams either don't have overtime wins or have 1. But Direwolves had 5.
Yeah, I mean, so much you can take away from them. Either they just struggle to close things out, or they're a slow and steady team that is happy to go deep into a series. Whatever the case may be, they found themselves going to the major and sitting in the position they are in the Ops League, going into playoffs, of course, not necessarily speaking for the position in the Ops League currently, but they are a team, one of the few teams in Southeast Asia who could claw back a deficit like they're facing right now.
Well, I definitely do think it's the latter. I definitely do think that they are a team that just thrives as the game goes on. Pecan, now stuck in a rock between a rock and a hard place, has a ping down on the enemy defending member on the Malusi, who's going to just rotate out of there. Pecan himself as well, going to be rotating out. Uses his grenade, catches one right from below. I9 not having a great time on this defense so far.
He was up 9-4 at one point. He's now 10-9. How the mighty have fallen, it would seem. But this
that
time,
must be frustrating.
Yeah, luckily it's a frost and not a smoke like it has been the last couple of rounds.
Ooh, ED. Calling it close there. Unfortunately, the DMR not connecting just yet. Finally finds one. Harambe to follow with Lycolis going down. And Direwolves are just picking Fury apart.
Spacehead greeting there a little bit, it feels like, for those 2 kills. Gets them, but yeah, I'm not quite sure what's going on in the Fury camp at the moment. That clinical decisiveness that we saw in map 1 seems the facade has slipped a little bit, but they're a team who's still capable. They're 1 round away from overtime, though. So Direwolves are slowly dragging this one back.
They're 1 round away from taking this to overtime. And, I mean, would we be surprised if they go to overtime? No, it's Direwolves. They live in the overtime. They were born in the overtime, molded by it. And on an attack, so far for them, it is their most successful side. And they are beating a lot of these odds. You know, Villa is a map where the attacking side only has a 43% win rate, but maybe they're within that 43% today.
Maybe indeed. Oh dear. Leak times. What could have been a quick 2-0 shutout may just go the distance to a 3rd map potentially on Oregon. Fury getting themselves up for the split defense. E1D out early from the side of Direwolves, so early utility committal to try and slow down the free-flowing Fury roster.
Harambe already trying to bring a little bit more value with the RCXD decides to take out some of that barbed wire. Might even find a cheeky like Colas. No, gets the drone shut down. Loses one, decides to rotate. He's not going to find any more value down here as like Colas has that on lock. But I9 back on that Warden again for the 4th time on this defense. And hopefully he survives just a little bit longer, as Warden is an operator you want to have as your hard anchor. Or at least as one of the last few members on your roster to bring in as much value, mitigating those flashbangs. So he might bring a little bit of presence versus the Harambe. But if he gets caught in one of those EMP impacts, he's going to have a bad time. Those glasses are not going to be working.
Scan number 2 goes out. Trying to cover these defensive positions while Direwolves keep moving forward. They've got a nice deep hold already. In through towards Aviator Games. They've got revolt positioning. They're sitting quite happy. There we go. Pecan claims first blood. Dark dead. No Jaeger, unfortunately. But look at it. The information game is huge. They're getting so much out of this already.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
ED spots one by the stairs. Gets taken out with C4 with the nitrocell from below.
There we go. I9 for the first time in a long time. Not the one to be fragged, but will be the one fragging. Harambe locked out of that statuary window, or trophy window rather. In a rough spot of his own, but Souffle steps up, claims I9, like Colas to trade. He's back on his business right now. That's the numbers that you're wanting from him. Harambe in trouble. Spacehead might be traded here, but Harambe doesn't really have the health to take too many more gunfights, and it's on Harambe, the last alive. Direwolves might be bowing out in 4th, and it will be Fury. Claimed the bronze medal here in the Operations League Autumn Cup.
What a game it has been. We almost saw an overtime match here on the 2nd map of Villa, but unfortunately we won't be going to Oregon this time around. Fury closes one out quite confidently despite the last few rounds going in the favor of Direwolves. But both teams are still going to the major. Both teams are technically the best within the region so far. But today, both teams going up head to head, having a little bit of fun and definitely putting on quite the show.
Yeah, look, smiles all around. Yeah, you take what you can, and what you can is 3rd place. Big stuff from the Fury boys after a very, very solid regular season in both Ops League and Apex South. They top it off with a 3rd place in the Operations League. They're going to the major as well. They're going to be sitting quite happy, I would imagine, at the moment.
Yeah, how could you not be? I mean, for that roster to be going to the Invitational, it's been a long time coming. And, I mean, to be able to take 3rd place here. Sure, it's not 1st, but you guys at home can be 1st place. Don't forget, you can claim your R6 credits. And you can do that every map today.
And 1st place in our hearts as well, but only if you use the hashtag. Because if you don't use the hashtag, then I'm sorry, that's just... I don't make the rules, we just enforce them here at the Operations League. But, I mean, look, so far, some big maps. We got to see a bit of the fresh, bit of the new in the Skyscraper, a bit of the old, bit of the standard in the Villa. Going into our grand final, I mean, you're looking at 2 very, very dynamic teams in Elevate and Game and Gladiators. Do we get more of that new freshness, do you reckon, Matt?
In what sense? What new freshness?
I mean, are we getting Border? Are we getting Theme Park, Bank, Chalet? Some of the fresher maps, not the stale ones that we've had plague us so often.
I want to see Border. Border's been picked like 1 time. You know? We have to have it come back somehow. Surely they bring that one in. But it would be nice to see Theme Park, you know, having Skyscraper come in for that first map today was already like, you know, a breath of fresh air. But I hope we don't see Villa, and I hope we don't see Oregon. However, I feel like that's going to be exactly the case.
Odds on we're going to see, you know, Villa Oregon Clubhouse for the grand finals. Look, it is what it is. They're staple maps in the region for a reason. That teams feel comfortable on them, so you can understand why the map vetoes would go that way. But who's to say? You know, teams can't freshen things up for us. Mere casters at home give us something to brighten our bleak horizons. Maybe, just maybe. Who knows? Maybe they can do that for us If not, well, look, who cares? We get to cast the games anyway. So make sure you're here for that. I mean, look, who are you watching? We've just seen I9, BG Man, 2 former Elevate players take third. Can Elevate step up and bring that Elevate energy to win the Grand Finals too, do you reckon?
Oh, they do have the anime waifu buff. You know, Fury have that. We saw them and their performance today. We saw that on the ARX just before as well. So it could be an Elevate win, but I have my heart set on Ape and his team. You know, Hoven, Gaming Gladiators, the whole shebang. I honestly think that they should be the ones taking this win here. They won it last time. I want to see them retain that position as number 1, but who knows? We have to see how it play out because, frankly, Ape, he's been he's been on or off, like hit or miss. We might see Super Zaddies actually sub in this time, so depends on what the rosters are looking like and depends on how they are really putting this one out. But it does really look like people in the in chat are 50-50 split, despite the points being very skewed to Gaming Gladiators.
I mean, we touched on the sub potential, Super Zaddy coming in. Let's discuss the elephant in the room, as it were. Direwolves playing with Harambe rather than Reaps. Do you reckon with Reaps in the roster it would have been a different result ultimately?
Just to be clear, it's not because Harambe is a bad player. I think Harambe is very consistent and dependable as a soft anchor, as a supporting player. But Reaps as an entry fragger is absolutely nuts. He is the top fragger within the entire league. He has the most kills in all of Apex South. He is a massive contributor to that team and a contributor to their overall success this entire season. So yeah, I definitely think it would be different. I think maybe Harambe could be subbed in for one of the other players, but Direwolves are a powerhouse with Reaps on there, so no doubt without it, if he was on there, it would have been a Direwolves victory for 3rd place.
Well, unfortunately, we will never know, but what we do know is coming up after the break, our grand finals here for the Ops League Autumn Cup 2022. It's Elevate taking on Gaming Gladiators when we come back. Don't go anywhere. See you soon.
Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks are deceiving. Trying to fight back, too far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction, fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks are deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from me. Gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks are deceiving. Trying to fight back, too far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know don't you know?
my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me in. Yeah. Gon' play that. Take you down, I'ma say that. Might need me a couple dollars. Telling you now this payback. So I take that. Ask them now what's sage at. I've been going to the top and I got what they not, so I know that they hate that.
The faint buzz is a warning. It may be the last thing you hear. But I'm the last thing you'll see.
Was hit hard. He'll live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over.
Where you go? Where you go?
Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
to lose face. Keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't hold back, and every regret hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. We're one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Our first match of the day, our bronze medalist crowned in Fury Global. Now though, Lan, we turn our attention to the big one. The grand final here in the Ops League Autumn Cup 2022 to close out the year. We need a champion. It is down to just Elevate and Game & Gladiators. And the possibilities are absolutely huge for this one.
Yeah, it could honestly go either way. Both teams are in a little bit of an off season for them. Like, I say that in the sense that they haven't really been playing at their peak. We've seen them perform better and in more dominating fashion. But so far, them being in the grand final makes complete sense. This is where we wanted them to be. And this is a complete reiterance of what it was last season as well. So will it be Game & Gladiators again this time, or are Elevate finally coming in for a win this half of the year? Because so far they've been missing out opportunities left, right, and center. They've been 50-50 with their performances so far, and they've had some struggles ever since the Berlin Major.
Yeah, this is one. You know, it's going to be a big test for both these teams, and looking to close out the year strong. Of course, not having that opportunity to go to the major. So really, it does all just come down to this at the end of the day. After this, I think at the moment, like I said, I'm still not quite sure if Elevate have managed to get what they need to get themselves into SI, but for the Game & Gladiators, for sure, this would be the last major stop on the train this year for them.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. It is make or break, really. They have to bring it. It all really comes down to this. How are we going to see this pan out, though? Because GG, pretty strong. As an organization, very strong right now. As an organization as a whole. Elevate have their own individual wins as well and are generally doing well. But, I mean, like, aside from the R6 share skin buff, they have been struggling. I'm not gonna pretty it up. They have been on struggle street for a little while. They've had some wins here and there, but when they come against some of these more formidable teams, they start to come apart at the seams.
Yeah, look, there's a lot on the chopping block at the moment. It Siege as it is at the moment is an uncertain place. We're not quite sure what the future holds, but we're excited to close out the year strong, and both these teams are looking to do just that. I mean, you look at it. Elevate, on one hand, the arguably the most successful Southeast Asian team ever of all time, taking on Game & Gladiators, these new up-and-comers who are looking to strike a blow and prove that they deserve to be here in the competition. And, I mean, look, we've recently got to see both these teams play on land. I'd argue Elevate probably not at full strength, given that they had a bit of a stand in there, but even still, we saw some great stuff from them in the live arena.
Yeah, but now that we have Sapper back and, of course, Rix on Game & Gladiators, it's like we're seeing both of the original rosters come into full effect here in the grand finals for the Operation League Southeast Asian Autumn Cup. And, hey, we'll see probably this one of the best matchups we're going to have all season. So looking forward to seeing what maps we get to go to. Surely going to be an interesting set of maps, and I just hope we don't have to go to Villa and Oregon and Cafe again, because we go to those maps all the time. And but you know what? For now, let's look at the AKDs.
Yeah, Mark, Mr. Punch, DCH, Onigiri, and Sap are looking to hold down the fort for Elevate Gaming, the international behemoth of the esports world that they are. So coming in, there's a lot riding on their shoulders. There is a lot of work that needs to be done, of course, and it really kicks off here against their opponents, Joe, Rix, Arpe, Hoban, and Tolji. So it looks like no Super Zaddy coming in sub tonight. It is the full five-man core of the Game & Gladiators taking to the battlefield.
It's the roster that we know and we've been here for this entire time. Ever since Joe came into the roster, it's really just grown as a name and as a team. Hopefully we see that Rick's coming back in with his balanced KD, just like how Harambe has come back in. We'll bring in some stability for this roster as they try to move forward, but it looks like these maps we're going to go to is pretty much almost the same, bar the fact that we're going to go to Cafe for Elevate, which is one of their home turf maps.
I like that. I'm a big fan. Skyscraper, of course, something a bit new, something a bit fresh. Cafe, something we don't see as much of as of late. I mean, teams have sort of really moved away. It's really the Oregon Villa Clubhouse show for the most part in Apex South and our little part of the world. But then going back to Villa as a side, I'm kind of hoping that we don't see the third mapper on this one, which is something I don't say all too often. But in all that being said and done, Skyscraper, great map to start us off. Cafe, a great follow-up.
No Borgen this time around. Glad to see that GG actually opted to ban it out. But I mean, like, the fact that they left Chalet does mean that they wanted Elevate to choose between Chalet and Villa. And I mean, you would pick Villa any day of the week. Chalet is a map that Gaming Gladiators often do, play on. But Villa is a map that I suppose is a bit more well known across the board for all teams.
Yeah. And you can see on the other side of that coin, the Gaming Gladiators rocked and ready to go. Not sure what Tolji's got going on. Maybe a bit of redecorating happening at his place at the moment. But we jump on into map 1, land Skyscraper. It's grand finals time here in the Operations League, and it's about to kick off.
And we kick off with the most common ban in the whole world, Thatcher. Surely there are more threatening operators on a map like this. However, we did see how effective he was last time in the last matchup between Fury and Direwolves over on Villa. And Ying getting taken out. I mean, another operator that we saw get paid in the last match for third place. So, I mean, she excels on a map like this just because it's so tight-knit. A lot of these rooms are quite enclosed. And the Candelas going off spells imminent death for anyone still inside.
Now, Valkyrie to follow it up, so nothing crazy. I'm not surprised at all that we see her take it away. What do we see to close it out? Kaid, maybe? Mira, Azami. Yeah, Azami, there we go.
Yeah, well, I mean, Azami makes complete sense just because she just, on a tight map like this, one of the keeper barriers pretty much denies you an entire entry, right? And you'd have to really risk walking up to that keeper barrier, exposing your feet, exposing maybe even your shoulder or your head, just to take down a barrier that you have to punch open, unless you're bringing in a Zofia, unless you're bringing in someone with soft breach like an Ashe that can take it down long range. But this time around, with Elevate on that defense, Gaming Gladiators are going to go in quite hard and fast. And Ape hovering over the Twitch is very interesting. I suppose he's really aiming to go in for that F2. Can't really... Okay, that makes so much more sense. The Ashe.
Well, honestly, I don't hate the Twitch on Skyscraper at the moment with the utility that's in play, especially when there's a Kaid available. There's no mute at the moment. I would have rated it, but obviously the game plan is the game plan, and you stick with it coming into a matchup. You're not going to waste utility. You're not going to come in unprepared. So, kicking things off, Elevate set themselves up this defense here on Skyscraper. And Gaming Gladiators, for the most part, it is... Yeah, there we go, Joe. He picks it up for himself, and it's Arpe bringing the Ashe.
Well, bringing in the Twitch was going to be necessary, especially when you're looking at, like, Wamai, you're looking at the Attila clause coming in from Sapper as well. And, oh, wow, that's an early pick on the DCH. Ape starting the round strong.
Big pick, too. Losing the Wemmer early. That's a lot of utility that you won't be able to deny now. So hopefully, Elevate have something in the back pocket at least to try and make sure that they've got the guaranteed way onto site. But right now, you can see just the amount of pressure from below. Arpe using that utility. Quite scarily, in fact. And, well, they've got so much ground already taken. They've got great positioning here to threaten the site itself.
So far, a standard push coming in from the Gaming Gladiators, despite their early pick. Not taking this a bit too aggressively. They're playing this quite smart. Ape looks like he's going to try to rotate up these stairs over by T and Karaoke. Ooh, he might be able to come across this one here. Breaching charge is going to go down manually. But does look like Mark already heard this audio cue. Unsure whether Ape is going to hang around there or not. Does look like he's actually going to go through and manually run right through T instead.
Oh, almost had it. But Mark had the drum to cover, and it will be a pretty free kill on the whole. Unfortunately, losing Ape that early. Onigiri the trade back. Joe taking some big damage, pushing through the smoke, and it's an absolute shutout of the site. Rix is going for that plant attempt. Having opened up that breach, they jump themselves out and onto the rappel. But the player advantage there, unfortunately for Elevate, the positional advantage not there, as Gaming Gladiators in the post have a great spot to cover from.
Defenders have located the diffuser.
TCSG with a silencer as well to boot. Holding down this angle here. Told you
he's
picked up one. He might pick up
Punch
two.
is gonna stick it.
Disable the diffuser.
Wow.
Defenders win.
Elevate picked that one up. They get that defuse. You can see how they're like celebrating that just a little bit, enjoying the revelry in it. But GG, not enthused at all. Having to stick this one outside. Told you did the best that he could, of course, just hanging on the outside there. Dodged the C4, picked one up as well in the run out. But what else can you do at that point?
I mean, honestly, it was quite a smart call from Elevate to send that deep push from Mark because it drew the attention away. And from there, of course, you saw what happened. It was an easy setup to close the round. And, well, you take it. If you Elevate, the opportunity presented, you're not going to let it slip.
DC Hedge now putting up a little bit of utility over by the shrine. Over by the corridor of drum. Looks like a pretty standard setup so far. Just to control T and Karaoke. Onigiri coming in on that warden now. Many iterations and many times that he's been brought through here in the Southeast Asian region. Usually to bring in some good utility. And I mean, especially if you're bringing him in versus like 6 flash grenades. Playing Warden as a forefront of those sites as well actually brings in a lot of value. But rarely do we ever see those glasses actually go to work.
Yeah. You can have all the intention in the world. Unfortunately, if the follow through is not there, or the opportunity to follow through is not there, it really doesn't matter for much. Right now, at least he does have that MPX little lawnmower that it is if it finds the headshot. You see the utility that's being brought. Obviously, Gaming Gladiators realised that that last round was a bit closer. They could have made it work, and they bring the finger just to lock it in, make sure that they have the health that they need to push it further.
So far, half the round has passed, but neither team have made any too bold a move. Still trying to find the right opportunity. Onigiri finds a clean pick onto Joe and detects your sledge away. Not a huge loss, but definitely a considerable one, especially when he's trying to bring in a lot of presence vertically. and through some of these soft walls. Marketing taken down along with Toji is pretty big too.
Well, speaking of presence, the presence coming hard and fast from the Gaming Gladiators are hitting some ripper shots. Sapper drops. Mr. Punch with a shotgun from range finds Rex. Throws the toxic canister up through the opening in the roof. And, well, unfortunately, the 1 versus 1 at a rather interesting spot. Mr. Punch is going to come up the black stairs and try and find some avenue to be able to contest. And the ping's going. Arpe's going to swing, and he just wins it. One more bullet, and I think that was a done deal. That SMG-11 hits like a truck.
It's one of the highest fire rates in the entire game, and it means a big payoff if you can learn to control that recoil. But so far, throughout the entirety of, just Rainbow Six Siege in general, it is one of the most valued weapons in the entire game. It's been tweaked so many times as well, but it's still here, it's still present. Bringing in the Thorn this time, Onigiri is going to try to slow them down just a little bit more. So, yeah, maybe that might be the answer, considering how aggressive Gaming Gladiators have been through some of these rounds.
See, I mean, usually we see him find a lot of success, of course, on the likes of the Rooney and the Dockerby. You give him the MK14 and he's going to go to town. But we've seen it with the Uzi, we've seen it with the Thorn in the past. The man can really just make magic happen when presented with the opportunity.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Throwing a razor blue.
Reloading! Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Hoven bringing the Lion this time around. I mean, so far, Gaming Gladiators are sticking to their roster, generally speaking, considering that they, despite Ape switching off the Ash, he's bringing in the F2 to Twitch. But other than that, it's pretty standard so far. I'm sure he's going to do just fine on the Twitch as well. But it really depends how they're going to execute this one, because they're going to have to be really wary of those razor blooms.
Detonation timer, though, not that long that you can't clear them out. And obviously with the Flores in play as well, hopefully they get the information. On top of that, the Twitch. I mean, realistically, if someone is even triggering a razor bloom at the moment, I'm going to be questioning the E1D. They clear up the cam knowing full well that someone might have been pinching up those stairs. More info. Mark taking a huge chunk of damage there. Not quite sure what from. It must have been shots from somebody, because it wasn't grenades. And just further, Gaming Gladiators pushing deeper and deeper into the building, making it that much harder to elevate the hold.
Did sound like something did go off, like there was some kind of explosion. But regardless, the last few Attila Claws get laid down and Twitch drones are getting to work. It does look like Rix might just be able to get this exothermic off. Joe with a team collateral takes down Toji. There goes your stim boost. There goes your adrenal surges.
Ape at least gets one. Big damage out. Unfortunately, he's traded back. Rick's in trouble. Rick's dead, and it is on to Joe. Try and clutch up here, if at all possible. And Bleak doesn't even begin to cover it right now. The 1 versus 4 situation. He's got the gun to do it, but not the ammo. Sapper the first to fall. He's got 50-odd seconds, though. The potential is there for him. It depends on how loosely Elevate play this, obviously.
And the odds are against him. He's got the drone down over in the room. Might not provide too much information. But with 3 members of Elevate just hanging on to this. One hanging on to the other end of Drum. Might catch him if he's not careful. Doesn't have a lot of information available to him. But if Mr. Punch actually chose to swing this right now, as he does, might just be able to catch him.
Well, unfortunately, it doesn't matter. Mark closes the round out and Elevate hold themselves fast. This is kind of how we expected the entire series to go. It is going to be a back and forth consistently with rounds being traded.
If they keep this up, we're going to go to overtime. But Elevate still have the lead, and it's still early days. There's a lot to be had here.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
And if anything, Gaming Gladiators still have a lot to work with. So not over just yet. Rick's still on that Thermite, playing the support that he does, doing a decent job at it so far as well. Those exothermics have been successful, and he has been nailing them. However, maybe this time around they won't have a team kill.
Yeah, I think that's ideal, especially when it was your thinker. There are other ways to let your teammates know that they're standing in the wrong position. And hopefully they remember that going forward.
5 seconds to insertion. Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
And a mirror this time as well. So, I mean, with this mirror, they'll be able to actually provide a lot of presence over in Drum, over in Dragon, over in the connector there, and it's going to be really hard for Gaming Gladiators to actually push through if they're not very careful here.
It will, but oh, the Twitch!
Oh, no.
There we go. The Black Mirror
There you
out.
go.
Done and dusted. You lose your drone, but you take that in terms of the utility cleared. Can they get the other one? Pop, both
Yes.
mirrors completely wasted. Perfect stuff out of Arpe. And he just forsakes the drone. He doesn't care. Job's been done.
And that's going to allow Joe and the rest of the team to actually be so aggressive. Now they've got clear line of sight right into the heart of their defenses. And that's going to make it so easy for Gaming Gladiators to actually control a lot of those rotations, pin them down. And if they had a Lion on top of that, it would have been so easy to take territory. But this time around, they're going to have to really focus on bringing in that information and bringing in some presence. Oof.
Mr. Punch gone. Smoke off the board. The mirror window's offering next to nothing currently. So, this Elevate setup almost, I hesitate to say read into, but has been dealt with at least quite comfortably.
Bit of a slow pace at the moment for both teams. Despite Mr. Punch being down, which is big, they have a minute left, and without that smoke, Onigiri's going to have to play a little smarter, despite not having that window available. Sapper picking up a nice clean headshot onto Joe, and Ape on a DCH.
Nitro Cell onto Arpe. So despite having his mirrors cleaned out, not completely useless. Sapper though dead. Mark trades out Hoven, so it's 1-for-1 across the board to bring it down to the 2 versus 2. Shots, big shots into the side of Mark. Looking to dump some of that utility to threaten. They don't quite know where Onigiri is positioned at the minute. So it is going to be a straight push in. The pre-fire is not good. Tolji misses. Onigiri tag low. Secondary shotgun. Rick's chipped the way out. He finally gets the pistol up, but didn't have enough ammo in the primary to actively take that gunfight. And a colossally missed opportunity there from the Gaming Gladiators.
Very unfortunate. But Elevate take that one on that defense. So close, but so far. Gaming Gladiators are starting to fall back behind just a little bit. Not massive so far, but it is starting to add up.
Yeah.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs
Less than
as they can.
ideal on the back foot, down 2 rounds, but we've seen people bring it back from worse. So never count them out in this situation. There is always a possibility of the turnaround. As we carry on though, Gaming Gladiators are going to want to tighten things up just a little bit, I imagine.
Yeah, it's
5 seconds remaining.
panning out to be a very interesting match, isn't it, Panda?
Attackers must locate
Oh, for
Elevate,
sure.
who have, yeah, I mean, Elevate, who have had a rough time generally, are having a pretty good time here. Especially since, even for the Aces RG Masters, Gaming Gladiators took away their opportunities to make it to LAN, right? And then they only appeared as a show match. So this is in more than one way. It's a kind of a grudge match, to be in some sense.
Oh, for sure. For sure, especially, you know what I mean, considering both these teams have missed out on the major, I would imagine that there is definitely a bit of a chip on their shoulders. So looking to work out some frustrations on their opponents tonight. Right now, Gaming Gladiators getting the info. Joe's already taken a significant chunk of damage from Mark, if I remember correctly. I believe it was him and his MK14 that were tapping away. But hopefully Arpe can get this drone in nice and deep and find some early info.
Yeah, if he's able to take out some of these mute jammers, which is a bit of a task and a half, he should be able to bring in some decent value along with the ADS and along with those holograms from the Alibi. But that's a lot of time on that drone, and oh, he gets traded out there.
Yeah, again, unfortunately, it's not quite working. That's a dangerous ploy. All going to try and pick up the same fella. Leaves you very exposed, and we've seen it in the past where it's an easy lineup. We got to see it last series, in fact, where Spacehead was able to line up two while they were going for the pickup. They set themselves up. The utility will be used to start clearing things, but cheeky little mute trick there, I think, from Sapper.
Kill into Toji there, and then Jehovah and Gaming Gladiators are crumbling one by one, especially with Onigiri on that triple kill. Joe trying to rotate through and trying to find an opening, but he gets caught on that entry, leaving Elevate a nice double to clear that one out, taking this 4-1.
Big start, especially on their opponent's map pick as well. That is very much an unfortunate start here on Skyscraper, but it could be worse. There are always worse positions to find yourself in. The big thing being here, though, that they at least need to take one more in the half if Gaming Gladiators want a decent chance at contesting this. Otherwise, it will be very much an uphill battle.
And going for a T and karaoke defense. One of the more successful sites so far. I mean, they're generally pretty successful. Gaming Gladiators have only won one round near the beginning, and it's been a tough time ever since.
10 seconds remaining.
They're gonna have to try to nail this one down, but so far, Panda, it's not looking very good for them. For me, looking at this and trying to pick this apart, they're just straight up losing gunfights. It's not the strategy. I mean, like, we've seen Gaming Gladiators play utility very well. You've seen them play... What?
That is a Selma charge, and Tolji's been told off by Joe. Rix is already downed.
Oh,
the jump out from the shrine window.
Yep. And here DCH isn't done with that just yet. Tries to go for the extra follow-up, but decides to pull back just now. So for now, Gaming Gladiators retain all 5 members. Albeit the fact that Rix is not exactly in the healthiest position, and, you know, Toji's already dropped one of the Selma charges, so not sure why he's gone for that, but it's definitely a big waste. They're going to have to play around Joe being the Monty this time. He's not going to be able to bring in much utility other than smokes, besides, you know, being a walking live feed. But in saying that, the Capital is a nice pick. They might be able to flush out members like DCH, who cops a lot of damage there from that frag. But yet to see what they're trying to actually achieve with members all split up across the northern side.
At the moment, a lot of questions here for this Gaming Gladiators roster. I mean, seeing on social media, Direwolves even acknowledging they've had an off night. Some of the players aren't feeling the greatest, and that may have led to their unfortunate performance earlier tonight. But maybe it's the same case for Game Gladiators. We're seeing basic stuff be just allowed to slip through their fingers. Told you, throwing out a Selma charge off spawn. Rix, luckily though, will find the first of the round for the team. Mark goes down. No more Elbow, no more MX4 Storm. The smokes are being bled here as well. In fact, it's 2 of 3 already gone. And that's going to be perfect for Joe. And look at that. DCH will find Arpe, but told you in a great position here to push up for some support. Finds Mr. Punch. So that third smoke will go unutilized.
Diffuser has been dropped. Attackers recovered the diffuser.
It's a bit unfortunate, and especially when Hoven gets taken down that early with that many arrows left in his quiver. But it's all down to Tolji and Joe. I take that back. It's just down to Joe.
The intention was there. Joe for 1. He's got 30 seconds remaining. DCH is reasonably tagged, so the possibility of him finding one more pick isn't completely impossible. But if it's about isolating, and he's going to take some big shots to the shin, and I think that all but seals the deal. He's not going to be able to take a heads-up gunfight, and DCH just mows him down mercilessly.
He sees the barrel of the Kaid in the corner, but he doesn't realize exactly what that is, unfortunately, leaving him taken down, and he, even then, just unaware of where these gunshots are coming from as he gets surrounded on all sides. Shots to the shin, shots to the chest. Despite having a large shield, unfortunately, he's very vulnerable on his backside there.
Less than ideal. And a rather dominant half goes the way of Elevate on the defense on Skyscraper. 5-1. Now it's on the Gaming Gladiators to try and deny, and they head to the same site they just lost on too. But we see a slightly different lineup being brought on the defense.
The Goyo might help deny a lot of area, buy them a lot of time. Paired up with the smoke as well, should be able to bring in a lot of safety, I suppose, near closer to site. But there's a lot of territory to control when you're playing over here in T and Karaoke. It's the drum room, there's the corridor attached to it. Peripheral to that, Dragon, Shrine. There's a lot to consider, and there's a lot of work for Gaming Gladiators to actually put in. Hoven here trying to make it a little bit easier for the rest of his team by trying to find anyone rappelling up on the southern side of the building. Unfortunately, we'll find nobody as the rest of them are deciding to go in manually here on this side here. Hoven might find one. Ooh.
There's one out there. How much info does he have to play around? Just crouching around. Almost loses his life, in fact. Very narrowly missed Disaster RP as well. So it seems that Gaming Gladiators' entire approach to this Skyscraper map is to get up in the face of their opponents as much as possible. Try and be the aggressors in this situation. Not quite sure how well that one would work, especially against a team like Elevate.
Yeah, Elevate do have that experience. They do have that veterancy, and they know exactly what's happening. They've still got a lot of utility left on them. I take that back. They lost the frag grenade. They've only got one left on Mr. Punch, but Mark evens that one out, taking Hoven down with him.
Ooh. Yeah, taking some big kills back. Arpe looking to get in the thick of things. Puts them back in a player advantage, but only Geary's just holding the stairs angle and shuts him down. So they are not getting away with any of these kills for free. That's a rough situation. It's a rough prospect. Playing the numbers game, which has not worked so far tonight for the Gaming Gladiators. And Sapper, with his own Monty in hand, will also be denied by the toxic canisters. The main reason and the fact that they are being brought. But the Roteros are going to be able to clear out even this shield here, and that's a big clear out.
Yeah, that's going to make Shrine very hard to defend. They're going to have to peek that corner quite manually. Mark opens up the geisha room. Might just want to make this one happen. try to push this through with Sapper on that Monty. An interesting choice of operators for someone that was the MVP of the last season here in Operation League, but he has had a rough time so far this season, so may be understandable.
Joe hits the dirt, only Geary connecting. They don't know though. They will have to confirm it manually, but Rick's finding Mark. They might just be able to isolate the 1v1s. Knows that the Monty's there, but doesn't acknowledge the fact that there is a player pushing onto site. And it is down to Rix to clutch up, and Onigiri claims the last 3 to push Elevate onto map point. 6-1, the scoreline going into the round number 8.
We talked about Onigiri many times being deadly with the DMR, but it doesn't seem to be the case. The man's just crazy with any gun in general. This time around, the AR-33, being his weapon of choice, provides such a clean performance. And now also juggling in between all these other operators, landing finally on Zafir for now, as they look to clean up and end this 7-1. Maybe 7-1 on Skyscraper.
That would be a huge result.
On GG's map pick as well.
That too, oh well, whatever the case may be, been some stunning siege out of Elevate, Gaming Gladiators. I mean, if I'm going to be honest, yet to feel like they are actually in this matchup just yet. But all is not over. It is a best of 3. They have the potential going into the second on Cafe to make magic happen. But again, Elevate's map pick. That's where things, I mean, you already looking scary, get even worse.
Attackers dropped the diffuser. Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Nook so far today hasn't had the best of runs, but bringing her is almost quintessential just because of what she actually delivers and what she provides for the team. Onigiri being taken out like that isn't ideal though. Being taken out this early is pretty painful.
Indeed it is. As is Sophia to boot. That's all utility clear that will no longer be available. Not to mention a pretty potent fragger. It's again, it hasn't really hindered Elevate too much being at a player disadvantage throughout the entirety of Skyscraper so far. So just because this is where they find themselves does not mean that this is where they will... I mean, this does not mean this is the trajectory that they will follow.
Oh, absolutely not. Hoven playing the Wamai quite well, however. Mind you, with one of the few assault rifles available on that defense, the AUG. Does bring in a lot of long range value, considering that the rest of their weaponry is mid-range at best. Tolji taking one down as well. There goes your Monty. That's massive. That's a cornerstone. That is the cornerstone of your entire strategy. They were hoping to play around that Montagne, and now they've got to find another way to deliver this diffuser to the site. Maybe even swap sites and swap strategies. We see rotations coming in from Mark as well, so that change is coming in already.
You have to adapt, Mr. Punch. Outside the building now. Don't know why he's got the health poke activated, but hey. Who am I to tell him how to play his game? Drone work is going to have to be impeccable as we hit that 1 minute mark remaining. They're going to have to scout out a lot of these defenders. Mr. Punch, there he goes. He's up on that second floor. Wants to make sure that he can make a push in successfully, because otherwise this would be handing a small lifeline.
DCH takes on Toji. There's your Thorn. Unfortunately, the Rose herself will not be able to contribute any more to that team. No more Razor Blooms available for them.
15 seconds to go.
Banshee's already deployed. Ape gone is not a big deal. But that leaves DCH all alone, and Hoven's there to clean it up. 2 in a row. Gaming Gladiators save themselves one more round in this best of 3 series. They're not giving up Skyscraper just yet.
they hold fast for now, but 4 rounds needed just to push for overtime is honestly just exhausting. So they need to kick off that campaign now, or just look to go to Cafe. Honestly, that might even be their intentions right now.
Defenders, protect your
Elevate want this to go to Cafe. That's one of their maps. It is one of the maps Elevate excel on, and not just do well, just excel, in the sense that they are quite well known to perform on that map. So, you know, Ape rotating him, looks like he's going to be playing that Legion very long distance, or at least bring in those goo mines to provide some information on the eastern side of the map, bringing a little bit more value for his team.
That's exactly it. Info on top of stall, on top of everything else. But again, that Twitch makes an appearance. Onigiri likely going to be running that DMR, but you can clear out the goo mines, you can clear out the utility. I respect Hoven for wanting to go for it, but I don't think it is too well advised.
Especially not the way they're performing right now. They're going to have to play a little bit safer. But Onigiri doesn't go for the DMR, he actually goes for the F2 this time. So he's just trying to flex that, you know, maybe according to the recent predictions or the recent calls that he's just a DMR, you know, main. Just trying to flex and show that he can actually perform in every other gun along with that.
Well, slowly, again, I say slowly, encroaching towards the entries in the building up on the second floor. Elevate hunting, and Sapper there primed, looking to get himself in towards the buffer room there outside of Drum. Exothermic going to be going out, so they make the call to retreat. In fact, it's a full retreat down onto the first floor. And cheeky little dip through that hatch.
Ooh. Wow, that was a painful entry. Mr. Punch takes a lot of damage for that. Gaming Gladiator's happy to bring that one in. But he's still alive, he still has 2 frag grenades and a drone available to him. He can bring a lot of value to the rest of his team, and he can bring a lot of information to the rest of his team. Maybe even make it easier for them to make this entry. Onigiri almost picks up Joe.
Very close run thing in terms of the fragging department. Onigiri there has his teammate just trying to get the exothermic mark, trying to open the wall. You can see they've pushed in. They've taken some good ground, but we head into the final minute. They've got to go a bit faster. Hoven punishes Mr. Punch. Somehow misses the opportunity onto Mark. If he'd taken down Mark, that would have been a crippling blow. But no. Unfortunately, Onigiri pulled out on his drone, and it cost his team going into the final 35. This could be hugely detrimental. They're going to have to try and force the issue here. The toxic canisters to cover. That's the last one out of Rick's. So they might have been presented with an opportunity here. DCH just trying to play around the top of that shield. Nade prep, ready to go. Gaming Gladiators are looking to hold fast in the face of the overwhelming Elevate odds. Sapper, deep cut from him. What other utility, what other information do they have to play up Arpe in the bin? But no, not to be. He turns it around with some real vengeance. But DCH on the hunt. Mark as well. 4 seconds remaining. They've just got to hold. Gaming Gladiators don't want to be fighting this one. Sapper can't even go for the plant. And they do. Just hold it off on the clock.
They hang in there just a little bit longer. Unfortunately, Elevate aren't able to close this one out. But Gaming Gladiators are still facing match point, and they still have 3 rounds in a row to go in order to bring in that overtime. This is the second time that we're seeing a team come through with a reverse sweep. But are Gaming Gladiators actually able to make this one successful? Can they successfully reverse sweep this round, these games, and actually take the first map?
Well, We'll have to see. It's 3 rounds though, and it definitely has felt for the most part here on Skyscraper that they have been playing off of the back foot. So if they do want to win it, they are going to have to change some of that momentum.
Seconds to insertion. 5 seconds remaining. Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
You're going to open this one up. Played quite standard, but hopefully these rotations aren't. Aruni being brought in. I think the first time tonight as well in this grand final. Across the whole day even. We haven't seen Aruni much at all. And so being able to see the EBR on that defense does mean Ape is trying to close this one out as soon as possible. He's pulling all the stops.
As you'd want to in this situation. DCH on the drone. Tolji and Onigiri going toe to toe. In a bit of a battle, Hoban finds the first. Tolji will finally go down, but again, a case of that utility is already in play, so it's not the end of the world. But you lose your Nomad, that can be devastating, in fact.
Yeah, Mark's got a pretty strong angle here, but he has the diffuser. If he gets taken down, that's going to make it very hard for Elevate to actually deliver that diffuser onto site. But they do know there is a defender just around the corner. They don't know exactly where it is. The drone spots him out. A couple of shots go through. They see the EDD. Take that out all the way through. Hoban gets taken down along with.
That was a crispy little headshot through the soft wall. ECH, not going to say lucky, he was intending to do it, but probably not anticipating to actually connect on the head there. Works nonetheless, and they keep progressing forward.
That. They got 1 minute left in the clock. Not many opportunities left. Gaming Gladiators, despite being in a numbers disadvantage, I would say have a positional advantage, considering Elevate are still far from the site and need to traverse quite a bit in order to make this plan happen. 4 members now over the southern side, rotating down on the first floor. Might be able to travel here, and Ape picks up a nice clean headshot. Might be able to rotate and find one more seated by the bar.
Joe claims Mark as well. So they are stringing together some big kills here. 27 seconds. Nongiri and DCH are going to have to make a play. Otherwise, this clock will just keep ticking down. It'll be a 2-point game. Who would have thought Kitchen and Barbecue would have gone the way. Gaming Gladiators on the defense. DCH left alone, swings in, comes up with the first, but with 9 seconds remaining, he's got to make some magic happen. Unfortunately, he's not really in a position to find both kills unless they line up for him. And well, Ape is going to find it from below regardless.
Yeah, you can see how frustrated Elevate are at the fact that it's being dragged out for so long. But Ape, through 2 rooms and a hatch, finds the angle, finds his kill. That's game sense. That's on point prediction. And you know, Onigiri calling this tactical timeout, it's needed because for some reason they've lost 3 rounds in a row just on match point, and they need to close this one out.
2 rounds to overtime, and Gaming Gladiators can taste it. I suppose.
On the tip of their tongue.
There's a reason it is their map pick, of course. They were quite clearly prepped coming into this.
They know what's going down. They know what they need to do in order to secure this. But can they? It's going to be very hard. It's going to be a tall order. But so far, they are making it happen. But that is exactly what Direwolves did. That is exactly what Direwolves did in the last match for 3rd place. But they weren't able to close it out. Can Gaming Gladiators lock this one in and secure their place as Operation League champions twice in a row?
Well, they've got a bit of a way to go to get there. And they head to exhibition office next. The defensive lineup well and truly in hand to try and deal with the attacking pressure. But Onigiri picking up the Dokkaebi for the first time in a long time. Could be the linchpin that Elevate need.
They're so close. A lot of these tactical timeouts really do equate to a difference in performance. And we hopefully see Elevate really wake up here. They've been sleeping these last few rounds. They have been getting caught out in a lot of places. But honestly, it's not just because they're, you know, necessarily getting caught out because they're playing poorly. GG are just finally getting into the zone.
And looking to get up in the face of the opposition. Constantly applying pressure is the game plan here. And it obviously has been working. Back within touching distance of overtime. RP though going to cop some significant punishment there to start the round off. Not in the healthiest of spots. He might will have to back off a bit and let the rest of the Gaming Gladiators up and fill the void that he would have been punching through.
So like the Nooks already getting to work, rotating through the sides, entered the building. But it does look like they're struggling to get their entry in here. CH coming to a bit of a standstill as he got the drone in. Realizes there are a couple of defenders just around the corner. Needs that Gemini Hopper to provide information. And just like they predicted, there is one sitting just there. Ooh.
MP's out from Onigiri. And it looks like they should get that office wall open nice and wide. Well played off the back of that utility. The shield there to cut the cross might be a problem, but big shots going out. Some big damage dealt to the Gaming Gladiators here in the first half of the round.
Yeah, Rick's really can't afford to be holding that angle too much longer. He's still got 3 toxic babes. He's got to start using them, considering that it's a minute 15 left on that clock. It's about time to start popping them off, along with the 2 nitro cells sitting on Ape and Toji.
And you look at the pinch coming across from Elevate. They are looking to try and make the sweep across. Gemini and the drone should scout the player towards drum. Mr. Punch going to be the one chasing it. Joe picks the round off with a kill onto Onigiri. Hoven, the unfortunate, unwitting victim, traded back. 4 versus 4. DCH claims drum for himself. Is going to keep going through. Looks at that long angle in towards the bar. Joe, another massive headshot with the TCSG. Make that a third. Woo! Joe might be the difference maker here. DCH and Mark to try and hold fast in the face of 4. This is where things get scary. The shots don't connect. That's a quad. What? Joe's on for the ace, but no. Ricks doesn't want to risk it. And what a round from the Gaming Gladiators. We are going full regulation at the bare minimum.
Still match point. And still in favor of Elevate. But we are going to the fullest extent possible. Can GG bring this to overtime and take us all the way? I say yes. I think they're completely capable of it, especially after the performances we've seen in the last few rounds. But Elevates are just, they're an inch away. They're an inch away from closing out this first map and then moving over onto Cafe, where they're almost surely going to lock.
4 rounds in a row now for the Gaming Gladiators. Can they make it? 5. And they push to overtime. All the eggs in the basket. The buck stops here, potentially. Unless they can pull out something huge.
This is another instance where GG have never taken a game off Elevate. In Operation League. Right? They've lost twice to Elevate. Now they're going up against them. They're set to lose again. But right now, putting up the fight of their life. The furthest they've come is a 7-5 loss to Elevate. So maybe this time around, not so much. Hopefully, they worked very hard.
Yeah, this will be the round that does make or break it, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
So, just how deep can the Gaming Gladiators dig here. Scan already going out. Only Geary prepped on that karaoke window. That's a good angle to be covering. Deny the cross between the sites. DCH down in below. So far, the positioning is on point. And the information game, Elevator's got an early foothold in this building, which is a little bit concerning.
It's pretty stale. Both teams are so close to one another, but still waiting and still playing this as safe as possible. They know what the stakes are. They know what is at risk. They know what's on the line. But right now, they're just trying to get as much information on the attacking side as possible. But they lose Origiri. There goes to EE1D. And Ape already put that Nitrocell to great effect.
Elevate. Have to be sweating a little. I know I would be. Ape finds himself a second. DCH to go down. 5-1 defensive halves. Ape traded out at least. So no more mute, no more shotgun, no more SMG-11 menace. I suppose other than Ricks, of course, but Ape in particular being a real thorn that round. Minute remaining, 4 versus 3.
Mark's going to rotate. Looks like he's going to hang on the rappel instead for a little bit more cover. Mr. Punch has this corridor here, but he knows that he can't really progress with that Banshee still sitting pretty. Sapper's going to rotate from below, try to bring in a little more backup on his rear, providing a little bit more safety because that is where he is most vulnerable. But Mr. Punch still has 2 smokes, and he might be able to make this cross. Might be able to make this cross possible for the rest of his team if he can buy them a little bit more time.
How much time can you buy, though, especially when Mr. Punch is taking damage like that? There is 1 canister remaining. Mark might just have to jump in. He finds the opening on the Joe. 3 versus 3. They've got to make something happen. Mr. Punch, can he get into a sight? He's going to try the hip-fire play, but no, he goes down. That's it. We're going to overtime. No chance to Elevate to bring that one back. And who would have thought that a 6-1 half would get turned on its head this severely?
GG with a sigh of relief for now, as they managed to pull back overtime from the depths of hell. Starting off this side pretty much 6-1. Pretty much. Well, 5-1 technically, but then going from 6-1 all the way to a 6-6 overtime scoreline. They are working so hard for this, and you can see that on their faces. You can see the sigh of relief. Ape doing a lot of work in the last few rounds as well, now leading that team with 12 frags under his belt.
Indeed.
And he's matching DCH and Onigiri right now. So both teams sitting pretty with some high score lines. But so far, GG are pulling in the weight where it matters at the right time. And in some instances, winning out on time as well. So they've done that twice.
Gaming Gladiators, though, going to be forced to attack twice here in overtime if it goes to 3 rounds. Which means that, given we've had 2 5-1 defensive halves, Elevate should be sitting quite happy, in all honesty. The opportunity for them to close this out should be readily in front of them.
Slow start. I mean, it's just started, but it's peaceful so far, right? Ape looking like he's gonna disrupt that. Rotates through quite aggressively, gets taken down immediately. DCH finds him as he tries to push through without a hot throw, without first gathering warning.
Oh, Onigiri does trade with Hoban there, but That definitely felt unnecessary. Luckily for them, though, they've got the player advantage, and they've taken the Nook and the Lion off the board. I would imagine that this, again, the trend will continue here for the most part. I don't see why Elevate at this stage would lose complete control of the round, barring some ill-advised swings. But as it stands, Gaming Gladiators still have a decent amount of work to do to even get into the building.
Gosh, Joe holding his ankle, waiting for the right time. Sapper might peek this, or will Joe push the angle? He knows the crossfire is not safe. 1 minute and 10 seconds left. They have almost no other option but to make this push. He's gonna rush right through and get punished. Sapper with a double with the TCSG.
Told you, with a minute to play, still out on the roof. This will be more than likely Elevate pushing again onto map point. DCH just tucked in the corner. Knows full well where this last player is. They are not going to be fooled. The flash goes wrong, and Mr. Punch swings out with a shotgun and seals the deal. Elevate in prime position to close the map out once again.
Mr. Punch locking that one down. The shotgun takes us to overtime match point. Oh my gosh. If Gaming Gladiators take this like literally to the furthest extent possible, with another round under their belt, to a 7-7 scoreline just before an 8-7 to either side, I would say that this is the grand final that we were expecting and that we've been wanting this entire time.
Indeed.
Absolutely.
Oh boy. The stakes just get infinitely higher round after round, play after play. Gaming Gladiators have this round to push to max overtime. Give us one more round. Elevate again in a position they would spent, in fact, 5 rounds in, with the ability to close the map out with a single round victory. But unable to do it, so trends are to continue as they have today here on Skyscraper. I think we are getting the 15th round.
Objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Pretty standard stuff so far coming in from these rosters as well. Sapper bringing in that Dokkaebi just to bring in a little bit more awareness, maybe flush out some of these camping roamers as they have been so far. And Gaming Gladiators have been providing a lot of strong map presence, especially with Hoven just by the restaurant in between the bathroom and this window here. Looks like he might be trying to play off against some of these other entries. One just outside that bathroom window. Ooh, finds that nice opening kill onto Onigiri. That there was your frag grenades, there's a sledgehammer.
Mention being a pretty big pick in and of itself, given his performance so far today.
Mm-hmm.
So right now, Gaming Gladiators again in a great spot to bring this one back on the defense. It's going to come down to who can sort of buck that trend and be the best on attack. Unfortunately, it seems that neither team has quite been able to get the grips of Skyscraper attack. And that's a bit rough. DCH with the somehow barricade kill gets traded back by Hoven, who again finds himself in the right place at the right time.
Twice in a row now. Hoven's brought that one in. Sapper, unfortunately, losing this trade. Takes a lot of damage. Has to rotate. And you see that Mark's also rotated. So I suppose Sapper staying on that side of the map for as long as he has is just to provide a little bit of a distraction, or maybe even just to keep an eye on these rotations so that you know, the rest of the team can make their way through, or maybe even he could find an opening they create.
E1D out, the last one of the round. Mr. Punch providing distraction allows Mark to find the kill on the Tolji. Back to the 3 versus 3 with 34 seconds. Rix drops Sapper. Joe just holding this angle from Dragon. Drops the first. Can't drop the second. Mark comes out on top. But the toxic canisters are there with 20 seconds remaining. They should be able to lock off these angles. In fact, Mark should realistically be going down. Yeah, Hoven swings it. We're going max OT.
We are going to the absolute end of the earth for this first map in a best of 3 series. This is not even the penultimate game. This is literally the opening to our grand final first place match.
That's the way you want it.
This is it, Panda. We're gonna find out the winner of Skyscraper. Literally just Skyscraper. Here, now.
It's the one. 7-7. Elevate have the defense, and look at that. They opt into going kitchen and barbecue. Will that be the play? We'll have to see. It has been some scrappy siege across the board. Both teams have really struggled on this attack, and I mean, realistically, that puts Gaming Gladiators in a bit of a deficit.
And you're not wrong. They have been struggling on these attacks. As we predicted, they had to go twice in these overtime matches, these overtime rounds. And it hasn't been pretty for them. Not at all. But they did win 1 round. Out of all their attack rounds, they won 1 round. They can do it again.
Well, it's two rounds won in the last 8, which is the wild thing. 2 rounds in the last 8 won by Elevate. Gaming Gladiators have picked up 6. And we put ourselves in a rather interesting spot to try and close this series out. Map out first before we get to the end of the series. As it stands, the scales seem to be tipped a little bit. Gaming Gladiators have to do something big to try and open things up here to give themselves a chance, and Tolji's done just that. That is only Geary dead. 5 versus 4 with 2 minutes to play.
That's a great opening. Not the best, but it's a strong pick considering, like you said, last round, his performance. And so this time, Gaming Gladiators might be able to make it work. Hard Breach goes off. They might be able to get an entry here over into the teppanyaki room. Can they make that entry safely? 2-3 members on the outside here, just lying in wait.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
Ooh.
DCH to bring it back to even, unscathed as well, playing those vert angles, and that's Rix. That's your Capital gone. So no bolts, no smoke, no fire bolts to cover, which again makes things hard. Elevate, find another RP down. Hoven might just get caught out as well. He's not got the info that there is one hard right of that breach. If he's not careful, he's going to walk into his own death. Frag grenade tossed, but unfortunately missed, and Mr. Punch hits the head. And there you go, the trade back and forth. Hoven tagged very low, has 2 to find. And unfortunately, despite a phenomenal start to the round, it may be a case of stamina not being there for Gaming Gladiators here on Skyscraper. The attack's just not enough from either of these teams to really escape the other. And Hoven, no chance, doesn't even get to see his opponent, goes down full 15 rounds. But Elevate take Gaiman's map pick and find themselves 1 away from the championship.
An explosive, hard-fought start. It's our grand final here, and Mark sitting as the MVP. And you've seen the work he put through round after round. I mean, he's worked so hard, even his hair is frizzy. But you know what? It's not over just yet. Both sides have put in a lot of work. You can see Gaming Gladiators sitting there a little burnt after all the work they put in. But they still have one more map, and it's Elevate's pick. It's Cafe. And it's going to be even harder for them to actually take that one away from them.
Yeah, odds are not on the side of Gaming Gladiators going into Cafe. But, I mean, look, they finally started to warm up towards the end of the map. So maybe, yeah, look, I wouldn't be surprised if Cafe does have become that little bit closer now, because they finally got a handle on what's going on around them. But Elevate, I mean, there's so many questions. Both teams had 5-1 defensive halves on a map like Skyscraper, which, I mean, calls into question potentially an inherent weakness in their attack.
That is true. So far, Gaming Gladiators have been fumbling these attack rounds over and over again. Is it because they just really don't do well on attack rounds, or is it because Elevate are just better on defense? I think it's just Elevate being better on defense, because you saw the way they tried to make these entries. You saw the way they tried to rotate, even try to cover ground. I personally think that Elevate reacted well and caught them out on some of these more flimsy attacks. But Gaming Gladiators definitely overplayed their cards there. They should have played a little bit safer. That grenade was way too overcooked on that rappel through, or even a little bit too preemptive.
Yeah, and make sure you guys at home still get yourselves involved in the chat. We're still doing our giveaways. You still have the opportunity, of course, to win yourself some R6 credits and one of those lovely pins. We've got at least one more to go. There might even be a third if we head to our decider as well. So make sure you're actively in chat, getting the conversation going, using the hashtag, call your shots in the chat. And I'm sure Gaming Gladiators will have wanted to have called their shots in that last match. Maybe if they'd called them a little bit cleaner, it would have been a different result. But ultimately, it doesn't matter. Elevate, we're calling their shots that much better. They take a very big win. And, I mean, look, going into Cafe, we know Elevate can show up on this map, but we saw some of the taste of aggression that Gaming Gladiators have become known for. But on a map like Cafe, this could enable them.
Yeah, it could enable them, or it could absolutely cripple them. They've had some good times on that map, but it is Elevate home turf. It is Elevate's scariest map, and is what they're known for, season after season after season.
Yeah, it's definitely exciting stuff on the horizon. But right now we go to another break. When we come back, Cafe Dostoevsky on the horizon. Gaming Gladiators fighting for their championship life. Elevate looking to lock it in for another season of Operations League. Come back soon to find out how it all plays out. See you then.
Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to lead my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and
is a warning. It may be the last thing you hear. But I'm the last thing you'll see.
Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't hold back, and having regrets, hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. Real one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Coming back into it, and Elevate currently have a 1 map lead rather in the series here in the grand finals, taking Skyscraper 8-7 over Gaming Gladiators on their own map pick. Now we head to Cafe. That's Elevate's map pick. Land. The prospects, the odds, a little bit stacked here.
Yeah, especially since it's Elevate on this particular map. If it was any other map, Gaming Gladiators would have stood far more of a chance. I'm surprised they banned out Oregon. Sure, it's a stale map to begin with, but I would have said that it was arguably easier for them to take instead of Cafe. Leaving that open was a pretty big mistake in my opinion. But if we make it past Cafe Dostoevsky, which is unlikely, Villa is our final map of the night.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a hard push if the Gaming Gladiators want that shot at the championship once again. Overcoming not just Elevate, who have just taken them down, but Elevate on their own map pick, and a map that they are notorious on as well. So, odds stacked. Well and truly, things are in the Elevate corner. So, you can see the Elevate faces reasonably happy, not too fussed, not too stressed. Ready to get into it, ready to kick things off. And I can only imagine, Gaming Gladiators a little bit more stern facial expressions here as they get ready to go into Cafe.
Yeah, it really is. It really is quite tense for Gaming Gladiators. They're gonna start off this ban phase. Hopefully, they take out the Flores. I think that's going to be a massive pick for Elevate on a map like this. But no, it's going to be Ying this time.
Not too crazy out of the Gaming Gladiators. We've seen Ying see, I mean, get a decent amount of priority in the comp meta at the moment. And on Cafe, there's a lot she can do. Flores as well. A lot of priority around that skylight hatch I'm interpreting from these vetoes already. So, just how big a plan have Elevate got coming in to close this one out? Azami, no surprises there at all. And I would imagine a Valkyrie, potentially the Mirror, to close it out.
Mira, maybe. I think Valkyrie is going to be a bigger pick here, just because this is one of the maps where she is just so prevalent on. Here we go, Valkyrie taken off the board. Most banned operator, most 2 banned defending operators. Go figure.
It was just a safe bet, honestly.
Yeah,
the smart bet. And we look to get on into round 1. Elevate have the attack, which, I mean, for most teams, I think, is the preferred side here on Cafe. Especially to start off with. You then get the option to transition to the defense. Wait, not an option. You have to then transition into the defense. So, Gaming Gladiators head upstairs, the top floor, to kick things off in what could be the final match of the Ops League Autumn Cup Grand Finals. And Rex has already taken a shot to the side. That's bleak.
Yeah, that's not a great way to start the second map, but I mean, he's gonna just stay on. He's gonna just hard anchor it, probably stay inside the freezer there. So not the end of the world. Still can salvage this one. Hopefully, it works in their favor.
5 seconds left.
Well,
Attackers are moving to
Rex has yet to put down his windows, holding them in pocket, which is an interesting strategy, but Oven all but convinced there's a drone there, but there isn't, my guy.
Gotta just double check, you know? You never really know for sure, but just in case, we'll shoot the drone hole just in case.
Well, nades already. Elevate. Looking to do what they can to clear things out and probably hunt down and finish off Rex if they were given the option. But as it is, the utility, which is plentiful. Elevate, you look at it, Dokkaebi, Osa, Nomad, Sledge, and the Hibana. Very much well-rounded, very much has all the tools in pocket to make it happen.
Ape getting taken down doesn't bode well considering he's playing smoke. So already Gaming Gladiators taking 2 big L's, too much damage on their biggest anchors.
Come into the second map and they're already starting to slip behind, which not great, not at all ideal. Rick's tagged further in a rough spot. DCH, he's aggressively swinging that new belt position, doesn't even have the shield out, knows that he's quite comfortable going for the gunfight. It's just spraying everything. Oven tropped, traded back at least by Joe, so it's not a complete wash. Big shots on. 2 versus 3. Tolji has a big job ahead of him. Just going for some peak fires. Rex, if he can hold this mirror window and maybe look to make a big play and turn some trajectory back in the team's favor, but no, they are both just holding these black mirrors, trying to hold fast in the overwhelming pressure that has become Elevate. X-Cairo is out. They're not going to be able to pop the window just yet. 25 seconds, they're going to have to make a play. There is a Nitro Cell in hand. Just for Rix, though. Unfortunately, not for Tolji. X-Cairo's out, and Tolji was looking to get aggressive, but now there's an opening there. Nitro too deep. Unfortunately, wasted opportunity. Spotted around the shield. DCH in trouble. 9 seconds to drop down. They had the opening. They had the play. And unfortunately, they completely whiff it.
getting a little bit too brazen on both ends there of that defense really did cost them. You can tell that GG are nervous. They're just making too many mistakes too early. Ape going down as soon as he did and as early as he did really cost them. They could have bought an easy 40 seconds, an easy minute with those toxic babes if he spaced them out properly. But throwing that away, GG essentially handed that round over to Elevate despite them being at a deficit and despite them being down in numbers. They had the stronger position and you called it.
Yeah. You're looking to recoup your losses after a very, very brutal map one. And it was a team ace on the whole. Every single member of Elevate got a kill in that round. But unfortunately, that's small consolation for Gaming Gladiators, who really didn't get much of anything in that round other than frustration.
10 seconds left before insertion. 5 seconds to insertion.
Looks like a predominantly bakery focused hold this time around for Gaming Gladiators, putting down some of these Vulcan packs, these dead packs, right in the middle of the bakery itself to buy as much time as possible. They may actually get popped early, but we'll have to see how Elevate play around this.
Slow. Not overstepping just yet, knowing full well that it is a marathon, not a sprint. There's still potentially a third leg of this race to go. But yeah, Elevate, patient as anything right now.
They have to be, especially when the dead pack gets popped like that. It's going to buy them a little bit more time on the defense for at least another 10-15 seconds. As the flames dissipate, they do need to reconsider how they're going to attack this, because clearly bakery is a little bit too hot and they need to get out. Oh,
those things aren't definitely cooking right now, but no, they can definitely stand the heat, as they've proved time and time again in the Operations League. Gonna try and force up.
Look at that drone.
Sapper with a great drone. Wicked info there for him. This is, again, not a great spot. Oh my god, they've just got drones everywhere. Gaming Gladiators don't have a clue.
And that's 50% of the game. Information is absolutely king. But despite that, Hoven picks up a nice headshot into Onigiri. There goes your Nomad, and there goes your counter roam.
How much more, though, our Gaming Gladiators are going to be allowed to get away with before they get pinched in on? These drones have had so much information to work around. In fact, I believe Mark's drone was in fact still there. Elevated up, shots on Hoven, taking a huge amount of damage. And Sapper, though, for the flank. He's tucked himself into small bake. Arpe, though, not going to go quietly. They keep finding these openings. Arpe again, Hoven again. And it's all on DCH. He doesn't get a chance. It's a trade, and ultimately, Gaming Gladiators stall out the round to the point. Elevate crack.
Despite all that information and the impeccable setup coming in from Elevate, Gaming Gladiators find that round amidst all the disadvantages put against them. They were droned out, called out. They knew exactly where they were, but they just won all the trades. And unfortunately, Elevate just could not secure these frags for their lives.
Not at all. So whether or not they can keep this train rolling, or it was just a flash in the pan, Gaming Gladiators now here the dining and reading. Second floor attempt. They've won the first, they lost the third. Now can they make it happen in the middle? And the pulse as well coming into play for Arpe could be huge.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds to go. Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Onigiri on the Ash. Okay. With the G502 as well. Okay. I'm officially a fan. An operator I don't expect to see Onigiri on, but I'm sure he will do well with regardless. And speaking of that, Ape on the Pulse. That's something I rarely see him play. Like ever. Usually we see him on more mobile or, you know, like heavy hitting operators with like really deadly weaponry. But this time instead he's going for intel. He's going for the smarter, bigger plays.
And Gary wins that heads-up gunfight with Hoven. And the pain train keeps rolling, unfortunately for the Gaming Gladiators. He's not done just yet, told you as well, taking some punishment. Arpe, unfortunately, not feeding as much info as he would like. They've still got 3 nitros, though. If they can connect on at least one of those, it would be huge.
Attackers dropped the diffuser.
He's got a little bit of information there. He knows there's one just outside the window. The one that took down Hoven. Might go for a revenge tour. But who's to say he won't get caught out in the process? DCH takes down the Saru Gates. Opens up a line of sight and an entry for the rest of his team. But Mr. Punch already wary that there might be a defender just below. Ape's location still on that staircase, I believe. Ooh.
One nitro committed, one lost in Arpe, the primary tool for delivering. Now out of the equation too, Tolji. That's all nitro cells completely in the bin. It's on to Joe and Rix with 53 seconds remaining to try and hold off. That's a long range angle. Shots are on, but it doesn't seem that either of them have the angle onto the other. Joe, top white stairs.
Oh.
Got some shots onto Mr. Punch. Droned out and has
Joe.
to pull back deep. Might even drop the hatch, but no, for now he's just holding in that position. It's all coming together. Gaming Gladiators. Somehow Rix comes out on top. Somehow he holds on to his life there. That's not ideal for Elevate as Joe is allowed to find one too. Just tucking it around the logic bomb to come out. They need to connect onto the head. DCH playing around the Saria gate. They might just have to face tank it. Yeah, no drones. Just Sap with the EMP. Shots on. Rix goes down. It's Joe and DCH. DCH swinging. Spots Joe. Joe has the time. Maybe, just maybe. DCH in. Pre-fires and it's good. Elevate. Shut down any hope.
Calling it close there. DCH barely makes that one work. But Gaming Gladiators still hanging on, tethered to this game. Unfortunately, Ape got caught out there with that pulse. I'm sure he knew where he was. I'm sure he knew that the that sapper was around the corner with the DMR, but
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
just lost the trade. The UMP versus the DMR. Oh, it's a hard pick, man.
Yeah.
DMR wins it any day.
Oh dear. Unfortunate round again for the Gaming Gladiators. They have a rough start. They look like they might have been able to bring it back, and ultimately they just can't. So, look, yeah, you push on. You hope for the best.
And I feel very sorry for everybody in the Twitch predictions that followed my bet with my Twitch points. I put down a phenomenal amount of Twitch. I put in all my Twitch points on Gaming Gladiators for this, which is a strong lesson not to put all your eggs in one basket. But you know, it's not over just yet, guys. But I'm sorry if I baited anybody into actually like following my bets tonight here for our grand finals.
Rough gig. Rough gig indeed.
Definitely a bit of a rough gig.
Right now, Elevate looking to extend it out to a 3-1 lead. Hoven, ripper of a shot at a Sapper, takes one back, but he gets himself away, and that is Yudokabe off the board. No more logic bombs, no more MK14. And look, Sapper has been a decisive character on this roster, so he's gone. They're going to have to rely without.
A bomb has been located.
Sounds like Sledge is hitting a bit of a wall there. Literally. Zero as well being brought in for the first time tonight in our grand final. Hopefully bringing in a little bit more information with Samcam. And of course, the Gone 6 in his back pocket as well. But Onigiri, it's not done just yet. Still a lot for him to do.
These cameras providing so much information, courtesy Onigiri. Just looking any angle, and there we go. Hoven finally finished off.
That evens the playing field a little bit more now that the Warden is taken off the board. Wow, Ape with a nice kill onto Mark with a DMR. That starts to open things up a little bit more as he holds his long angle all the way through. And a whole lot of pings are coming down for the rest of his team.
Not surprised, the Nitro from Bricks shuts DCH down.
Oh!
Onigiri still on that repel though. An ever-present issue. How aware of them they were, seems not, unfortunately.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
They've got 3 members on this defense, and all they have to really do is sit tight and hang toasty. Walls are being broken down. Mr. Punch has the flank. The windows are open, and Onigiri gets a triple kill. This is all winnable, but Tolji has to hold it
Onigiri
down.
for a quad. Can he find the ace? Plays there? No, Tolji wins it.
Ooh.
And with 4 seconds left, where's Mr. Punch? He's just got to play around.
Oh!
The shotgun comes out. What a clutch up. That was big.
A great swap to the shotgun. Predicting the range that he'd have to actually fight that. Held it down quite well. 2-2 on both sides. Elevate. Gaming Gladiator still holding on. Trying to push this one out just a little bit longer. But it's still early days for both teams, and there's still a lot to do. Gaming Gladiators fighting it tooth and nail and bringing in Sam Fisher yet again. The value and the presence he brought and the information he brought in that last round. Arguably giving them that round.
Indeed. 3-2 the scoreline. I like me a 3-3 half by the end of it. Right now, Gaming Gladiators in with a chance, if nothing else.
10 seconds to go. 5 seconds left. Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Well, you know you love to see it. It's always a great time when Amaru's on the board.
It really is.
Yeah, it really is.
A map like this, it works well too, but I mean, it's first floor. Gives the opportunity to top down clear, and they are just going to drone it out at least.
Just a little bit.
I mean, the biggest benefit that an armor brings is not necessarily being able to get into the site early, but getting into key positions early to cut off rotates. And
now that they've done a little bit of preliminary droning, they might be able to actually get into the dining room quite early, and that's an immediate position. And there we go, Onigiri already on site, just above site B, getting this hard breach down on the hatch, and that's already very strong presence. Oh my gosh, Ape with a very swift response, taking out Onigiri as he gets that hatch down. At least he got that finish.
That's big. It's big indeed. Losing the hatch, not ideal, but you've got a smoke on the board, so there is something to work with. Bakery being contested now, Logic Bomb coming out. Hoven has a big job on his hands, given his health bar. If there's one player that can do it, it's him, and he's reset the gate too.
all members of Gaming Gladiators are sitting toasty. They don't have to do too much. I'm not sure where Hoven is, but I'm sure he's happy to just camp it out with that DMR, play as long and far as possible. But the rest of Elevate don't have this luxury. They have to go in. It looks like they're going to go and really dedicate themselves to getting in this bakery plant by that entrance.
Well, it is what it is, Joe. Claims one back. Arpe not done. Unfortunately, walks straight at the breach into DCH's waiting arms. Joe there again. Trade upon trade upon trade. Mr. Punch caught. Gaming Gladiators will take the lead for themselves.
The round. Another round going to Gaming Gladiators. 2 in a row now, finally. Cafe Dostoevsky. Bringing back the Ash.
Well, look, he thinks it'll work. Go for it. That's the thing.
Attackers need to
It's worked out so far whenever they did bring him.
That's it. That's it. If it works, it works. Don't shun it. Don't turn your nose up at it. Because it can really be... I mean, confidence can be the difference maker.
Rick's on that mirror this time. Remaining on that supportive role. Looks like he's going to be opening up the entirety of this site. Right into Cigar. It's a strategy we haven't seen for quite a while. As most of the time we do see that Cigar actually is locked up. But I prefer it this way, to be honest, Panda. It actually provides them a lot of peripheral control and allows the cocktail lounge to actually act as a control center or, you know, like a watchtower in some sense. A lot of control, a lot of presence they can bring there. But it does mean that Elevate have to focus on, you know, flushing out defenders in that spot where they're most likely to be concentrated.
Indeed. Nice to see, though, the capabilities from here on out. Largely... Actually, no, I was going to say largely the same setup. Actually, no, to be fair, no, it is. They got the mirror in once again, but last time around it came down to that unfortunate clutch situation where numbers were limited. So hopefully they don't have to back themselves into that corner to win it out this time.
Mark already pushing through Cigar, trying to get in a little bit of work on the mirror. Trying to get it open just a little bit more. They get the canister. They open that one up. Not a lot of presence on that actual site. I believe both members are just hanging on the corners of both the hatch and Heaven, waiting for the right time to maybe even peek their head out, giving Elevate all the presence they want, all the necessary setup they need, just to buy a little bit more time.
That's it right now. They've got some room to move, and Gaming Gladiators going to use that room as much as possible. Mark, unfortunately, cannot find an angle to avenge his fallen teammate. And as a result, they find themselves encroached upon. But only Geary, great little spot there from Train. Finds another little cut-off. And, whoa, this is going to be rough for Elevate, though. They've got to push on in. They've got to find something. And Arpe just tightening that noose a little bit. Elevate, unfortunately, punishing themselves with their positioning. Sap is good for one, but with 23 seconds remaining, he's got to find more. DCH, what info does he have? Look at the different angles that are being covered right now. They are all up in the cheeky angles. Not overexposing themselves, not playing anything too daring. Gaming Gladiators are on for a 4-2. There's no way. They're absolutely dominating this one. Traded back. 3 seconds remaining. DCH shut down, and shut down hard. A phenomenal defense out of the Gaming Gladiators.
And that's how a lot of these unfavorable sites really do end up getting played, right? They open it up, they leave it for the attackers to actually enter and, you know, inhabit. Because that's what they need to do in the end of the day. They need to get that diffuser down, they need to plant it, they need to set up a defense around it. But defenders like Gaming Gladiators, they'll happily give it to you, and they'll say, you know what, we're gonna just dissect this entire site with all the angles we've set up prior to this. And in the end, all they really wanted was to allow that to happen to begin with.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Immediately DCH picking up the Mozzie will find himself a drone. More from there. Is a different. He's hunting it. He wants another one. He wants Hovens. And yep,
he'll get it.
Take it.
That's value they want in the end of the day. But now that Elevate are on that defense, not only do they have 2 drones on that defending side that can provide them a lot of value, they've even got an Echo. Again, another grand final first here today. Another operator we haven't seen the entire day so far.
Interesting. Definitely something that's played a decent amount in ANZ on Cafe. SEA obviously has other plans in mind. So we'll have to see just how well that plan comes to the... Okay, Joe, that's an interesting claymore.
He knows what he's doing. In saying that though, Southeast Asia usually takes operators like the Echo and just plays him aggressively. You know, they play him very forward. They play him as a soft anchor that provides, you know, off-site defense as opposed to his initial intended design, or how he was originally played to begin with. And to some extent, it really works, especially now that his SMG is silenced, innately silenced, and thus also a little bit more effective, despite it not really getting buffs. It just kind of fits into the existing meta a little bit better. Oh no, there we go.
I told you. He's going to fall to first blood, unfortunately. That's not ideal.
Oh no.
Not the end of the world. There's still something that can be done. Hopefully. We'll see. So from here, Gaming Gladiators, I mean, that's a decent amount of utility burn that is missing, unfortunately. And it doesn't get much better at all. In fact, it doesn't get better at all.
No, not at all. Especially when Onigiri picks up a triple kill like that from inside the cigar booth, just over the hatch, with a clean exit out if needed, leaving Rix all alone. So, I mean, despite Gaming Gladiators having this very, very strong lead, Rix is going to take his time, stay on the roof, and he's not going to push it. They're going to just figure out how they're going to play this one. Give this side up to the Elevate team. It is one of the hardest sides to attack after all.
Indeed it is. We'll have to see though. And Rix, I mean, honestly, it's just about denying the fool's round, I think, at this point. Can he do that? No, he can't. Mr. Punch makes it happen.
Does look like they want to close this one out as soon as possible. They came to a decision, decided, you know what, just send it, move on to the next round, get this one done with. We still have the lead. It is not over just yet. We can go to a full 3 maps, and that's what Gaming Gladiators want to do. That's what they might just end up doing.
Not done just yet. We'll see. But Gaming Gladiators, the pressure certainly mounting for them. They're going to have to dig quite deep, I imagine, if they want to how should we say, keep holding on. But look, again, you're looking, the day's getting late. It's been a long stage for both these teams. They played yesterday. 3 mappers for both teams. Honestly, mentally, I could imagine both teams would be a little exhausted right now.
5 seconds left. Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Elevate. So I just want to make a correction. I've been saying that Gaming Gladiators were the last season's champions, but I am wrong. It's actually Elevate. So Gaming Gladiators were top placed on that ladder, but Elevate are the ones that actually left off with that with the win in playoffs. So they at least want to secure their win here. So I just want to apologize. I've been feeding the wrong information today. That is a sneaky spot.
Yeah, that can get quite creative with the Yokais. Unfortunately, Tolji is getting quite creative with his shock drones as well. I believe we've already had one of those Vulcan det packs go off. May have even just had another one, I think, from the sounds of it.
Countering their intel.
Okay. Taking a big kill here in the 8th. To start things off, Onigiri and his MK14 already removed.
Oh.
It does not get much better from, unfortunately. Mr. Punch finds the kill. Almost finds another with that Nitro Cell. A 1-for-1. Nook for a Naruni. That's not the worst situation for Gaming Gladiators to be in.
Sapper knows he can't stay under that Hailfire Hoven. Picking up a nice kill into Mr. Punch from above. Takes down the Goyo, takes down the Vector, no longer on the board. And that close range presence no longer available. Mark sees the feet through the drone hole, knows exactly where he has to push. But will he get caught on the way through? One more pushing through. The buck goes down. Does he realize that it was one more?
The defuse goes down either way. Sapper, unfortunately, could not deny with the Okais, regardless of how tricky the positions were. Tolji does win that head-to-head gunfight, luckily. Almost lost his life for it. Mark's got 30-odd seconds, spots the drone across the way, clears it out, and backs himself into a better position for the moment. Whether or not it will be better, it's a 2 versus 1 now, but Mark is not healthy. And Gaming Gladiators will extend that lead out once again.
It does look like a little bit of a reverse on both sides here. Elevate not doing well in their own map pick, but usually that's how it goes when we face off against giants. Gaming Gladiators coming in for a second sweep, and both sides are definitely living up to their reputations so far.
They are at that. But there's still possibilities to come back. I mean, you just take last map as an example. How far did we go on that one? Full 15. So we're only just crossing the halfway mark if it's here to happen again.
Mm-hmm. And as usual, boys and girls, if you are playing on Cafe, make sure you take out the furniture. It is ugly furniture. It's not even from IKEA. So do your remodeling. And rest assured that you're doing the best you can to win these rounds. They're going to be playing on the site yet again. The defense this time for Reading and Dining, instead now on the side of Elevate. And hopefully we see a similar play on how Gaming Gladiators essentially allowed the entry on that point.
Well, Maestro, the big difference here for Onigiri. How well is he going to be able to connect with that older 5.56? And you can already hear shots going out here and there. Nothing crazy just yet. Joe, the first one to cop some punishment, but with the advantage that Gaming Gladiators have, with the momentum that they have, it wouldn't be too much of a stretch to imagine that they're comfortable without.
Yeah, Marks, at the slightest sense of danger, decides to pull back, not willing to risk his position that early. Elevate know that this is incremental to their victory here. They cannot lose these defending rounds. But this start taking out Joe early is a good beginning.
They do get some damage back on Onigiri. They will put him down. The gone 6. I don't even know if that was intentional from Hoven, but it is what it is. And what it is a dead Onigiri. I think, again, it's not the worst situation for them to be in. They've lost the sledge, but they've still got a buck.
I mean, in the end, for the side of Elevate, GG have one less gone 6. That keeps their utility around just a little bit longer. GG, on the other hand, secure a kill. You know, I'd take that trade any day, to be honest. Ooh, a run out. Oh, no, sorry. Wrong side. Just a rotation.
Possibilities are endless, of course. But shots. Ooh. Just singing wide. Again, RP in the building, as are the majority of the rest of the Gaming Gladiators. So now it's a case of push into the side. Use the advantage you do have. Hoven gets to work above. They are going to clear out the mute jammers. They're going to start to pop that wall, and it's all go. Going to the final 20. No, but Sampa lurks around, finds one, gets denied by the banister. Hoven is down upstairs. Arpe finished off by Mr. Punch has told you alone. Spots one. Cops some punishment. Does finish off the kill. Clears out some utility. Gets onto the side. Spots the player in towards Phillips. Oh. That is all he spots as he falls and falls hard.
Elevate secure another round on his defense, bringing it just a little bit closer to an even scoreline. Playing these defenses very well. But Gaming Gladiators, they've had some positional advantages so far. Unfortunately, I feel like they're not covering all their grounds, and they're in some sense, from what we can see through our observer here, are tunnel visioning on set points as opposed to having that open control over more of those sites. You know, we didn't see much of a presence on that southern end. We didn't see any, aside from that one attacker that got, which was Tolji, that got caught in between the janitor's closet and dining. You know, there should have been someone else along with him at that point, man. If that's all he's able to do on that corner by himself, where was the vertical control? This is a first floor site. There should be a little bit more available to him. That was a bit aggressive.
Indeed it was. Not quite sure what the game plan was there, but obviously
murderize that drone.
No, okay, he almost got away with it.
Ooh. Hoven's on the hunt. He knows what he's looking for.
Bomb located by attackers.
Arpe, unfortunately, he does get the drone deep, but not much more than that. DCH found, his audacity punished. He's not going to be allowed to get away with it again. And from here, they can start to establish their foothold and contest the bomb site itself.
A little bit of information with these drones here now in some pretty key positions. Bringing in a lot of information long. Hoven's still sitting in fireplace. Wait for the right moment to actually rotate upstairs. He's trying to cut off anyone that might trying to find a fell swoop from the back. Tolji doing a little bit of work still on the rappel. trying to find a little bit more information. But, you know, Gaming Gladiators have a minute and 30 seconds left. So maybe I give them maybe 45 seconds on both sides of that just to find a little bit more information to come up with a strategy, and then another 45 to actually execute. They're running out of time. They need to make something happen. But with Ape on the F2 with the silencer, he's out of drones, and he's got to make this one happen. He's still got 2 smokes, so he can deny it line of sight and make that entry possible.
Joe somehow pulls out the reverse Uno card onto Mr. Punch there. That was big. Right now, home and below, Nitrocell told you they've got the angles covered. Onigiri activates the glasses, spots the drone, the flashes to come through. There is smokes as well. Does just deny that flash there by a millisecond. That could have been big. Sapper, unfortunately, does not have the same luxury. Stuck in the back stock right now. Onigiri just toggling this on and off. Sapper, big kill! 2 big kills go in the way of Elevate, but they lose 1. Ape goes down. Joe and Tolji to try and clutch up. Make it a third for Onigiri's got diff control. And the pistol, the secondary. The Warden Wonder. Onigiri clutches up.
And this is one of the few instances where we get to observe a Warden actually bring in value through his glasses, through the gadget that they intend him to use. Because through the entire day, Panda, we've seen Wardens come through and they never really get to survive long enough for us to see, you know, the glasses actually see through flashbangs, see through smoke, see through any of these things.
Defenders, protect your
But the one time we do see it, Onigiri goes absolutely off on a 4K, 1 with an MPX and 3 with the pistol.
Big stuff, a big round. Onigiri ties the scores up for the teams. And we are about to go full regulation once again here. But Elevate have that map, 2 rounds, and they are done. They have taken out the season.
5 seconds to insertion. Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
5-5 on Cafe. This is the tightest match that we've had in a long time here in Operation League. And for Gaming Gladiators, this is another repeat of a nightmare. They come to about a score of 5 and then they lose. So can they break their own curse and get to hopefully not another overtime, but a clean 7-5 round off?
We'll have to see. They brought the Jackal here, Gaming Gladiators. They don't want these offsite players to be as much of a menace as they have been. Fair. Gemini used to clear out the Saria gate. It'll be a little while before they can look to try and reset it. Nitro. Rip was there. Maybe just an audio cue to try and bait out the other team. But Ape wants to get in. He wants to start getting his scans off.
Jackal with the well finds his mark. Mozzie identified, finds another. Malusi pinged on point. Both defenders now having their positions given away. No surprise they're back on site, or at least close to it, but that eliminates a lot of other variables along with Tolji.
Tolji down, no more Twitch. A less reliable way to clear out these Vulcan det packs, and there is one on that bakery door too, mind you. So a push in would likely be a death sentence. Hopefully they have that info, because otherwise someone is going to be in a world of pain. From above, I've been providing Overwatch. Joe will claim a big kill onto Onigiri, shutting down what has been the tip of the spear for Elevate, and the buck, the skeleton key, can go to work.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Well, they've only got 40 seconds left. They need to make this one work. They need to make a swift entry now. Opting not to use the frag just yet, pushing up just a little bit closer. Mark gets taken down, but frags and flashbangs are being popped off. A clean kill from Sapper onto Rix, but Joe needs to find one more to make his entry a little bit safer.
Sapper spots the player above, but can't win the gunfight against Hoven. 13 seconds. The follow-up. Missed opportunity to go on 6 out for some reason. He's done it once before, but Mr. Punch! Mr. Punch gets swung on, and Joe wins it, and Gaming Gladiators are on that point. One more, and we go to Villa.
We're coming close to it now. It might be a GG reverse sweep. But despite being on match point, it's not over just yet. Elevate have it fully within their capacity to be able to take this one away. And you know what? It's completely possible. 5-6. Only 2 rounds to go for Elevate to secure another win on their side to close us out 2-0 in the grand finals here for the Southeast Asian Operation League 2020's autumn split.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Coming down to the thick end of things. Do or die here for, well, I say do or die. Not really. Elevate still have that map buffer. They lose this, they go to the next one. So realistically, it could be a worse situation.
5 seconds left before insertion. Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Setting the welcome mat. APS deployed and ready to go.
GG doing their darnest to just get some free shots in by these windows. Won't net any kills this time around, but they're just gonna do their best to get whatever work they can in. Ape already going for a very long-range drone. The entire team for Gaming Gladiators keeping this quite peripheral, taking down as much utility as possible. I'm not sure if he actually got that bulletproof camera. I assume he did, but Elevate lose their first member, and that's the Frost.
Unfortunate. Only Geary again down. And I think that realistically is probably more impactful than the operator itself, is the fact that it was only Geary to fall. And so they keep marching forward, making sure that they don't overstretch, hopefully. Who's to say? But Gaming Gladiators' confidence ringing through them right now off that first pick.
Going for a very hot entry here. He takes down a little bit of utility. He knows to be around. Has the information on one member in a very common place over by the cocktail lounge. Things go down.
Knock knock.
He's going to get more of a going out. He has the flash. He might be able to make an entry, but there is one more team member on that entry that might say otherwise. Oh, timing.
Deep timing. It is god-awful, honestly. And unfortunately, it does not work out again for Mr. Punch. The aggressive swing. Joe clears out the cam. Mark holding patiently. And that could have been a big opportunity, but it is just the patience that wins it out. Mark flash kills Joe, but traded back by Tolji. 40 seconds here. They still have control of the diff. DCH and Sapper, no nitro cells. It's going to come down to the guns and potentially one of those det packs that was remaining. You can see there was one on the wall. Shotgun. And Rix goes down. The stun. Sapper, full white screen. They now know where that last player was.
Attackers have recovered their
This
diffuser.
is
15 seconds
a
left.
tight spot to be in. Can they hold fast? 10 seconds, shotgun out, and oh my god. Dolgy immolated and sprayed. Another overtime in the cards here in the grand finals.
Gaming Gladiators being pushed to the absolute limit. Elevate almost don't believe that this is even happening, but we are going all the way again. 2 maps in a row. But this is exactly what you expect out of a grand final here, out of some of the best teams of Asia Pacific. Not just Southeast Asia, I'm talking Asia Pacific. Onigiri and Elevate. They're hanging on there, man. They're hanging in there. 15 frags to his name. Onigiri is an absolute monster, taking the charge and not only clutching out round after round, but now this time even taking the forefront with the Ash again.
Well, 2 rounds of the attack. Don't know quite how well that bodes, honestly, but War Gaming Gladiators, who would then have to go on and win another map just to win this championship.
5 seconds to go.
But right now, overtime is getting underway here.
Defuse a bomb.
2 minutes 52. Start of the round. Nothing much has happened so far, but everything has also happened so far. We are in our first round of overtime. And already within the first 20 seconds, Onigiri gets taken out. That's your Dokubi. That's your lead fragger. Those are your logic bombs and your DMR taken off so soon.
Well, Zappa on the Jackal is going to have to do some big work with the Inox. He's already got a couple of scans out. Told you you're going to be caught in a bit of spray from Mark. Mark anticipating some repercussions of the severe kind. Trying to bait it with the drone. We'll jump on it and realize that no, the position has more or less been vacated for now. But as it is, I mean, you've lost your Onigiri again, for one. MK14 for another. And the logic bombs on top of all of that.
I mean, without the logic bombs, they still have a means to enter. They still have their rotation control with the Nomad. They still have the tracker with Sapper. Rhyme not intended. And they still have their hard breach and their intel, right? There's still a lot available to them. Gaming Gladiators obviously have the entire roster. They've got a Nitro Cell available, 2 impacts. They still have all their weapons and all the utility they need to be able to control this. But Elevate, they need to be precise, and they cannot afford to lose any more members, because as soon as they lose DCH or Mark, it gets incrementally harder.
Indeed does. And poor Sapper. Big soft breach for the team. Arpe finished off by DCH, caught in an unfortunate angle there. But if you're elevating the situation, you're taking whatever openings you can get. You're not going to look the gift horse in the mouth there. Nitro toss from Tolji. Again, unfortunately, off the mark. Not too many of those are connected today. Only a handful at best. DCH heads outside. 27 seconds remaining now. Primed outside the bakery, but that jetpack is slowing the progress. Sapper finds Rex, but the white screen. Unfortunate timing. They've both got to pull out. To the contest into the bakery. Shots on. Mr. Punch wins it against Tobin. 2 versus 4 here. 10 seconds remaining. Joe finds one. They're in trouble. 2 versus 3 with the health bars looking bleak.
Oh!
4 seconds. If Tolji can deny the plant here. Pings! Spots the feet, but Mr. Punch is covering. And unfortunately for Joe, he's shut down too. Would you believe it? Elevate find themselves on map series point.
They had the angle, but Mr. Punch with the cover long provided the opportunity and window to actually get that plant down, or even just to secure that round itself through frags, because they were cutting it, man. They were in overtime, literally on that clock with the diffuser. If Mark took his finger off it, it would have been done. But here we are, Elevate now back in the lead, 7-6 with Gaming Gladiators. And they either take this out 7-0, 7-6. Oh, no, sorry. 2-0 in this grand final. Or we go to a map 3. And I cannot predict it anymore because both of these teams are just so neck to neck and so close. But Elevate are the map favorites, and they are the ones on a roll.
They have some significant momentum right now. They might just use to coast over the finish line
10 seconds to
and
go.
give themselves at least that victory going into the end of the year.
5
But
seconds to go.
Gaming Gladiators, less than likely to roll over here.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it. Jammer ready. Jammer ready to activate. Deploying jammer.
Loading new magazine. As my friend would say, time to make a detour.
Doubly making sure no one's going to run out on them from the bakery. Toji dedicates both claymores to that exit.
Oh well. You either go big or you go home. Gaming Gladiators are not looking to go home just yet. Things out halfway, getting some early information. Just wanting to be the one with the extra bit. That difference maker potentially. So we'll have to see.
Reloading, cover me. Magnet out. Magnet active.
Mr. Punch getting taken out that early doesn't bode very well, especially when it's your MX Storm. That's one of your best guns in that defense. Rest assured, Origiri still around, still has the glasses available. Can play around that. And should withstand the 3 flashbangs in the hands of Rix. But out of 6 claymores, 4 have been put down. So that's the least of their worries right now.
Indeed.
Magnet deployed. Catching projectiles.
Indeed it is. But it's not over just yet. There's still more to be played. There is some scary stuff coming. Shots are on. Just pressuring for the minute.
No.
And we are looking to go full 15 again here.
Again, a flawless round for Gaming Gladiators. Completely thwarting any attempt coming in from Elevate to try to secure this map. You're not going down without a fight. Not at all. You're right. We're going to 15 rounds. And this is literally overtime match point.
What a time.
To make or break.
What a time indeed. Strange stuff is happening.
I mean, yeah. I mean, look, it's very late for us. But at the same time, this is a match that we can't afford to miss, is it? Elevate versus Gaming Gladiators. 2 of the best teams within Apex South. 2 of the best teams within Southeast Asia. Putting on an absolute show for us. And yeah, sure, you know, they're not using their fancy strategies, but they are playing excellent Siege at the same time.
That they are. Round 15. Make or break. Do or die here for the Gaming Gladiators. If they lose this, Ops League is done. Their year is effectively done.
5 seconds.
And that is not something anyone really wants to hear.
Attackers' objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Not a lot going on right now. Still a lot of droning. Still early in the round. Still a lot to do. Getting to work with the X-Kairos on these hatches, the versatility Ibana now brings with the ability to reshape those Kairos charges does bring in a lot of value. Onigiri's waiting for the right opportunity to play this Nook aggressively, but you know what? In most circumstances, we've seen Nook actually excel when she's at the forefront of these some of these rounds, and when she's actually taking very aggressive positions like this. Just because the FMG is just essentially a laser beam.
Indeed. My God. It is really just coming to a head. And the pressure, you can just feel it mounting. They've lost one already for the Gaming Gladiators.
Ooh, look at this.
Yeah, Onigiri pushing deep. The drone, scouting information. Shin angle opened up and available. Concerned, the nade. Try and clear things out. Pings through, pings galore. Rix goes down. Just the 3 remaining. And this could be all over in the blink of an eye if Gaming Gladiators aren't careful.
They have a massive disadvantage right now, but Ape is still on the board. He can make this clutch. Tolji and Joe are both, all 3 of them are all capable of this. They pulled back a little bit. They've lost Ape, and now in a 5v2 situation, it looks like we might be seeing the penultimate conclusion come around.
5v2, the plant going down. 1 kill, but unfortunately it's just the 1. It's on to Joe. Finds his 1. And now 3 versus 1, 2 versus 1 as he rips some heads clean off. What info does he have? He's looking to go the long way around. Catches the shoulder, but no, missed opportunity. And that could be the deal sealer right now. Joe being swung on, just playing around the pillars. It is ring around the rose. He catches him. 1 versus 1. Pistol out. Can he do it, Joe? No! Elevate R, your Ops League Autumn Cup 2022 champions.
What a round. The fact that it came down that close in an overtime match, 2 maps in a row, shows that it could have honestly been anyone's game, and Gaming Gladiators put their best foot forward, but Elevate secure that win. Mr. Punch. They know how to celebrate, that's for sure.
Easy at the end of the day. Elevate. They walk away. Back-to-back champions here in the Operations League, taking out both Summer and Autumn. And what a way to do it. 15 rounds back-to-back. Their map pick, your map pick, and you lock it out.
Honestly, the performances from both sides were stellar. There were times where both teams had their own issues. They both faltered at points as well. But in the end, the performance was impeccable. Both sides really put their best foot forward. We saw some excellent siege get played. We saw some excellent capitalization of the enemy team's mistakes. And to be honest, could we have asked for an even better showcase of, Southeast Asian talent?
Not really. They really did put on an absolute show for us, and it was some excellent siege across the board. Super exciting stuff, and it was an absolute privilege to be able to sit down and cast it, of course. But unfortunately, you've got to have a winner, you've got to have a loser. And I mean, look, let's be honest, even if they did lose, Gaming Gladiators still take 2nd overall. That's nothing to sneeze at. But Elevate, they claim the crown. Big stuff.
Yep, and that's 2 seasons in a row now for Operation League. They retain their position as the league champions. And of course, you guys are still the real winners here, because you guys get to take away R6 credits every single map. And this is your last chance tonight for more R6 credits to be won. Make sure you put in that hashtag. I know you guys have already been doing that. You guys know what the drill is. Me and Panda are just repeating ourselves at this point. But pins and R6 credits galore, all available to you guys. And that's the last time this year I believe that we're going to be doing this, as far as I know, at least.
Yeah, I do believe that brings Southeast Asian Siege to an end. I mean, as far as I know, I haven't been told anything different. But look, that brings playoffs and the season to an end on the whole. Unfortunately, we couldn't get 3 mappers across the board. We had 3 mappers yesterday. Today, though, it was just not on the cards. Everything locked in, sealed, and, packaged. As my good friend Cthulhu likes to say, roasted, toasted, packaged, and posted from start to finish. And, look, I mean, 30 rounds was still spectacular for the grand final.
Oh, 100%. And honestly, it could have been an absolute wipe on both sides. We've seen some grand finals across many different titles, many different leagues for Siege, and sometimes finals are just wipes. They're just complete flops. And you know what? Sometimes teams...
It just happened at TI. It was a 3-0.
Yeah, exactly. You know? And it just happens. But in the end, we had here the most competitive possible map. It could have gone to a 3rd map, but honestly, thank God it didn't, because it's late for us. But in the end, we saw that both teams put on the best possible showing, and they just took round after round, back and forth. You know, it was inch by inch every time. And when one team had a lead that was quite, significant, the other team came back with a reverse sweep with a few rounds in a row, and they brought it to overtime again. So twice, Gaming Gladiators really saved their own skin.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been a completely different story if a couple of gunfights here and there had gone a different direction, but it's not to be. It's not what the fates had on the cards. And there you go. That is our final bracket. It is Elevate walking away victorious, of course. A big series and a big stuff from them on the whole. They're made for some exciting dynamic Siege. Gaming Gladiators, those slouches. But unfortunately, our 2 major representatives couldn't quite cut it into the grand finals. They still made for an excellent 3rd place match.
Absolutely. But of course, these were the top 4 teams from the last season as well. So having everyone still here makes all sense. Fury and Direwolves, on a separate note, of course, as we mentioned many times before, are going to the majors. So we're looking forward to seeing how they perform there and how Sweden and DreamHack are really going to unfold for them. Because honestly, having 2 Southeast Asian teams actually represent us over there, so far up north, that's just massive, Panda. Like, that's something that hasn't happened before.
Well, I mean, you look at it. Direwolves have had their first major this year. In fact, they're going to their 2nd. Gaming Gladiators have had their first major, and now Fury get their chance at their first major as well. So it's a super exciting time to be experiencing Rainbow Six Siege as an Apex South fan. So look, they've got that. Everything is just come together. It's been a very exciting year.
It has, and there's still so much more as well. We still have the SI still lining up, so we're not sure who is actually going to be going to that just yet. But of course, we do know that all our favorite teams are lining up to actually, close this one out and actually make a name for themselves. And they already have. Like, they're world famous, and we're all very proud of them.
Yeah, super excited to see what the future brings, of course. But for us here in the Ops League, we're done. 2022 is over. So until next year, have a good one. Stay safe. We'll see you then.
To the come on, it's the first page. But I shook the road out just like an earthquake. Still follow my dreams, even in the worst way. Still doing my thing, no break in my birthday. Take a long way home, had to lean on myself. Let's try to swallow me whole. Jump so high, it's not about a cushion in the max, but all about power through the struggle than a test. Dirty air in my lung, I can't even breathe. Praying to the sky, even almost getting sick. I am who I am, even talking from the street. If you want some beef, let turn me to the beast. Before getting caught up, I need to get caught out. Stuck in the cage, trying to find my way to broke out. Got a whole lot of proof now I just need a boat out. One night on my shelf, so my tickets will be sold out. Used to be the kid, now I'm here to top. Hustle, pay the price, so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'm a runner, play it out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. Ready for the ride, ready for the fight. I said I move too quick, don't last, clear the highlight. No time, I got no time. Road to the hilltop, always so rocky, so tight. Gamble with my life, hard to be on my own. Trying to stay in line, so I leave it on my phone. You can find one of a kind person like me. Living in a moment, had to set my mind free. Cause over fear, anytime's near. I'm to the tears, finally don't shed tears. Betting on me is the right risk, then no. Always pulling down the ramp before the rainbow. Used to be the kid, now I'm here to top. Hustle, pay the price, so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'm a runner, play it out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't hold back, and having regrets. Hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. Real one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
Can't tell me nothing, don't know why. I'm around for the long ride. Look up, kiss the sky, waste no time. I'll be brightest of my life.
Used to be the kid, now I'm here to top. Hustle, pay the price, so we don't stop. Racing time, fighting with the clock. I'm a runner, play it out from the start. Even if I'm starting to lose face, keep my head out, still going on my way. Call my own shots until I'm breaking. Get a move on until I make it. But I can't hold back, and having regrets. Hitting all the stacks, and that is why we're here. Real one gonna last. Tell me, what are you waiting? Take it over, and this is my year.
The faint buzz is a warning. It may be the last thing you hear. But I'm the last thing you'll see.
Was hit hard. Here, live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over. Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?